Brapmoto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motorshocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brapmoto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brapmoto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, welcome to Kirkistown for round 5 of the Ulster Superbike Championship, brought to you by the Mid-Antrim 150 Club and the Hillsborough and District Motorcycle Club this weekend. Weather's looking good, track temperature's looking good, and we're ready for qualifying. So the paramedics are just getting into position now, as well as the marshals. If we can have the first qualifying session out, please. The Super Twins, Production Twins, and the Super Mono machines to the holding area. That's Super Twins, Production Twins, and the Super Mono machines. If you can make your way to the holding area. So just a reminder for anyone in and around the paddock, and of course at home as well, we are streaming this live on Commentary Corner. And my good mate Wayne has it up in his awning, so it's going to be packed later on, no doubt. So for any announcements, etc., in case it's a wee bit difficult to hear, I know it is up around that garage area or inside the garages, so if you're like Wayne and you're keen with the TVs, fantastic idea, I must say. You can get it on in the garage, so any announcements and whatnot, you'll be able to hear that through our YouTube channel. Also a shout out to Mason, listening live, back at home. Hopefully out the back, chilling. We have a swimming pool, maybe a wee cocktail or two. So the weather's going to be great. Another shout out to Hubert Tomaszewski's mother, who's very kindly supplied my lunch, freshly baked buns. Thank you so much, very appreciated, and they are delicious. I'm 2 down already. I'll not be stepping on the scales later on anyway. So Super Twins, Production Twins, and the Super Monos, please make your way to the holding area. We'll have Dean McMaster down there already. Dwayne Lewis, number 99 machine. So again, track temperature 24 degrees. And it's only going to get warmer by the looks of things. Christian Elkin's machine there, just getting wheeled down. We'll be keeping an eye on Christian. And another shout out to Chloe and Elizabeth, sitting across the road. Surely you don't need that blanket. Great to see the spectators coming nice and early. And more names from the lovely Beverly. She's so kind. So the following names, if you can make your way, or following riders, if you make your way to sign on. Jonathan McKelvey in the Superbike Cup. Jonathan Gregory in the Superbike Cup. Keith Byrne in the Superbike Cup. And Vincent Long in the pre-injection. If you can make your way to sign on, please, as quickly as possible. Michael Gillen there on the Aprilia, just alongside Graham McAleese on the McKillop Motorcycles Kawasaki. Again, just finishing off a bit of prep in and around the track, and we'll be going any second now, hopefully. So if the remainder of the Super Twins and Production Twins could make their way to the holding area, please.
Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motor Shocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the slight delay. Just dropping off. I think there's a few care packages there just for the flag marshals in and around the circuit. And another shout, please, for Jonathan McKelvey. Jonathan McKelvey, can you please make your way to sign on as quickly as you can? Go ahead, Kitty. I just did there now. I think they're all there, Merv. I'll do it again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to go now. The clerk of the course has made his way back into the paddock after a final inspection. So if the remainder of the Super Twins and Production Twins could make their way to the holding area, please, that would be greatly appreciated. It looks like yous are more or less there anyway. So we'll get things up and running here. Okay guys, the gate is now opening and we're ready to go for the first qualifying session here at Kirkistown for round 5 of the Ulster Superbike Championship. So again, these machines out on track, Super Twins, Production Twins and Super Mono. Don't think there is any single cylinder machines out this weekend, in this class anyway. Jack Mayer's way out there. Clara Man Kawasaki. Very familiar colours there in that Kawasaki. It would maybe make you believe that it was an ex-McAdoo machine. So Christian Elkin then up the back straight already. And there's Dean McMaster. Graham McAleese. So across the line then. We have Dwayne Lewis, Christian Elkin. Nicky Burns. Kyle Martin, number 25, away through there on his SV Suzuki. So just a call then for the lightweight Supersport 300s, Moto 3 machines and 125 machines. If you can make your way to the holding area. Here we go then, Nicky Burns across the line. Well tucked in, so we're going to start to get times on the screens here. Again, just blowing the cobwebs off. The last weekend we were here, it was quite damp, to say the least. Dried up near the end of the day. But today is looking pretty good for dry racing. Touch wood. Don't want to scud anything. So at the minute it does look like Christian Elkin who is fastest from Dean McMaster. Dean McMaster is not far away from him on track. As he cross the line. So there's Dean McMaster then. Cross the line again. 101.4 for Christian Elkin. Dean McMaster a 101.8. Jack Mayers. Good lap time there from Jack, a 106.5. Kevin Canny across the line then, a 104.3. So again, just blowing the cobwebs off, giving himself a shakedown, and we'll start to see the times plummet within the next couple of laps. Finn and Wardy across the line there. So at the minute then we have Chris Noggin fastest from Dean McMaster. Kevin Canny in third at 104.3. Jack Mayers fourth at 104.4. Hayden Clinton in fifth at 105.3. Michael Gillen in sixth at 105.4. Keelan Smith in seventh at 105.5. Alex Duncan at the minute at 106.0. Nicky Burns, of course Alex Duncan is leading the production twins. He's fastest at the minute. But Nicky Burns very close behind there. Second to the production twins at 106.1. Very close there for the production twins as well as the super twins at the minute. Great run there, Michael Duncan in just trying to... Michael Dunleavy, apologies. Just looking away round. And someone got brilliant drive out of Deaders there. Near looked like they found another gear. Curry then currently in 20th position. Christian Elgin again, slightly slower that time from Christian Elgin, but Dean McMaster goes fastest, a 101.075 for Dean McMaster. Just on that lap, slightly slower there from Christian Elgin. We'll keep an eye on McMaster. He might not know at the minute he's quicker than Christian, so he might just tag on the back end of him, or maybe Christian will let him past. Of course, pit board's getting changed frantically here down in pit lane. So we'll keep away eye. There's Christian Elgin then, just getting a good slipstream. Dean McMaster, he's close, he's thereabouts, but he's not close enough, I don't think. So Christian Elgin has one rider in front of him, whereas Dean has 4. So he's a wee bit of work to do if he's looking at a clear road, or he may just pull over to one side. Here's Christian. Slower again that time from Elgin. So McMaster just chipping away there, making his way through the pack. Another call, please, for the lightweight super sport and 300 machines and Moto 3. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. Dara Vint, good to see Dara back out. So Dean McMaster, fastest of the Super Twins. Alex Duncan still fastest of the production twins. Nicky Burns was way through there. That was a 105.6 that time for Nicky Burns, slightly slower compared to a 104.7. So Nicky Burns slips down to 3rd in the production twins and 11th on the road at the minute. Oh, Elgin across the line, fastest again there, a 59.9 from Christian Elgin. Dean McMaster then really chasing Elgin down now. Slower that lap from McMaster, a 102 that time. He has to find sub 1 minute. He has to get into the 59s if he's in for a sniff of a win here this weekend. Oh, there's a whole gaggle of machines heading up towards the hairpin. They're all side by side. There's about 7 or 8 of them trying to get into the hairpin at the same time. That's not going to work. Again, it's only qualifying. Get a nice clear road. Do your own thing. But there's no stopping Graham McAleese there as he crosses the line. He's currently 2nd in the production twins, just ahead of his teammate Nicky Burns. Elgin, again, a 1 minute that time for Elgin. Here's McMaster. Faster there for McMaster, but it's just not enough, a 101.050. So Alex Duncan still ahead in the production twins. So it's Elgin, McMaster, Hayden, Clinton. Great run there for Clinton. Oh, Kevin Canny just jumped up into 3rd place in the Super Twins, a 102.209 for Canny. Dwayne Lewis there, currently 14th. So there we go, the checkered flag is out now in this session. So that's that qualifying session finished. If the lightweight Super Sport 300 and Moto 3 machines could make their way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. Some camera issues here, guys. Bear with me. So with the checkered flag then waved, it looks like Christian Elgin's going to be on pole. I don't think so. They're just starting to pull into the paddock, are they? They are indeed. So it's Christian Elgin then that will be on pole with 59.9. Dean McMaster in 2nd with a 1 minute 6. Hayden Clinton a 102 in third place, demoting Kevin Kenny to fourth. So the final call then for the lightweight Supersport 300 and Moto 3 machines to the holding area, please. Finn Wardy then fifth of the Super Twins, a 102.6. Jack Myers in sixth. Jack Myers there with a 103.2. Michael Gillen in seventh, a 103.5. Go ahead, Marvin. So another call, please, for Jonathan McKelvey. Jonathan McKelvey in the Superbike Cup. Can you please make your way to sign on? That's Jonathan McKelvey. So we're giving the all good then for this next session. The lightweight Supersport 300 and the Moto 3 machines. So I'm just wondering, no klaxon it doesn't seem, but if you can remove your tire warmers please. And the machines heading out on track now, so there's the number 58 machine, Roy Worst, away through there. So that's the lightweight machines making their way round for their qualifying session. Oh, lovely wee T-said 250 Yamaha way out on track. Lovely to see. And it sounds lovely too. So we'll be looking forward to seeing that coming past us. So the machine's now heading up towards the hairpin. Coming back already, coming back down below us, and it doesn't surprise me. Roy Creeth straight out of the blocks, and there's Aidan Cleary, Roy Worst, Jordan McGahan, Buster Sherman Boyd, Jacques Foley, Max Wardy, Bailey Dobson, Eamon McKeown, Dale Hyland, Marley Brown, all the way through Brendan Ryan, Matt Davison on the Moto 3 machine. I'm just hearing there, it could possibly be Mark Shields has retired at Colonials, so unfortunately number 26, Mark Shields has retired at Colonials. He hasn't had much luck with that machine this year. Of course, these race bikes, they get thrashed every weekend. very temperamental no matter what you're on. Aidan Cleary away through there then. Just behind Roy Creeth. Buster Sherman Boyd, Billy Dobson again. 3 different championships within this one race, so we're going to try our best to keep up with it as best we can. So the machines through the chicane. Again, just a couple of laps just to shake it off a wee bit and get things ready. So just a reminder, these are 10-minute practice sessions. So that's 10-minute practice sessions. So if the Supersport Pro machines can make their way to the holding area, please. That's the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. So Roy Creeth at the minute, fastest in the lightweight Supersport, followed by Jacques Foley and Adrian Cleary then in third. Billy Dobson at the minute, fastest Supersport 300, followed by Max Wardy and Dale Hyland. Moto 3's then Matt Davison just jumped up to ahead of Buster Sherman Boyd there. That was a 109.6 there for Matt Davison, and currently third fastest as he jumps up the screen. Third fastest on the road at the minute. A 106.7 for young Matt Davison. So Robert O'Neill then 9th in the Moto 3. Owen Everard away through there up into 10th. 3rd in the Supersport 300 class now for Owen Everard. Again, another call please for the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. That's the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. There's Pat Lee away through on that WTZ 250. Currently 14th fastest there, and of course leading the 250. So he'll be guaranteed coming away today with a win if he finishes. Always a bonus. Roy Creeth still fastest there. A 106.656 compared to Jacques Foley, a 106.728. Matt Davison, a 106.753. Of course, split grids for the Moto 3 class. It'll be starting behind the Supersport machines. Aidan Cleary, 3rd of the Supersport machines, a 107.9. So the times are pretty close there, especially for 1st and 2nd, these new Supersport 400 machines. Alana Mayer away through. Great to see Alana back out. Supersport 300, she's been very busy this past while. And she's currently in 6th, a 112.7 for Alana. So Jacques Foley then. So Jacques Foley across the line. Fastest, a 104.4 for Jacques Foley compared to Rory Creeth, 106.6. So that's a whopper of a time there for Foley. We'll keep an eye on them going through the chicane. Rory Creeth, look how much he's tucked in behind that screen. Surely he's tucked in that much that you can hardly see above the headstock on that bike. And he's pushing hard, just trying to get through the traffic. This might be a slightly slower lap time for Rory. Actually faster again there for Rory, a 106.2. We're just waiting on Jacques Foley. Across the line, a 106.6 that time. So that was a whopper of a lap time there, a 104.4. He might have just run on somewhere perhaps, but we'll keep an eye on his next few laps. He's got a good clear road ahead of himself. So Rory Creeth just coming out of Fisherman's then. Oh, he's already through the chicane and out of the chicane. Again, another call for the Supersport Pro machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. Over 7.5 minutes gone of this session now. Again, 10-minute sessions. So, coming up to 8 minutes gone. 2 minutes left of this qualifying session. So, Supersport Pro machines, can you make your way to the holding area? So, Roy Creeth, again, that lap faster again by just over half a second, a 105.5 for Creeth. Matt Davison, fastest still of the Moto3s, a 106.7. Second is Buster Sherman Boyd, a 107.7 for Buster. Then we have Robert O'Neill in third, a 109.8. Fourth place is Gary Jordan, a 110.4. I seen Paul in the paddock earlier on this morning, so just helping his brother out. Great to see Gary back out again this season. Let me see, 5th place then as they jump about the place. 5th place then is Kieran Cahoon, a 113.5. Supersport 300, Max Wardy still leading the way at 106.8, followed by Bailey Dobson in second at 107.1. So we'll have to go to where Buster was Bailey Dobson. Third place then is Owen Everard, followed by Jordan McGahan, Dale Hyland. Further down then, 6th place, Rory Wurst, Martin Halford, Chris Gray then in 8th. So that's the checkered flag now being waved for this qualifying session. Oh, Bailey Dobson just pulling in to make some adjustments, but unfortunately he's not going to get back out. But it's worth a try anyway. And he did. He got lucky with that one. So Bailey out for another lap. Just made a few adjustments, trying to get a feel for the bike before the race later on today. So another call for the Supersport Pro machines. That is the checkered flag being waved. And we are ready to go. Paul Cranston's ZX6 machine just getting warmed up there. He's getting his gloves on, having a good look down the track. Dean McMaster having a wee chat there with Christian Elgin. I'm not sure if Christian will give too much away in this one. So Jacques Foley then on pole for the lightweight Supersport machines, a 104.4. His last lap was a 105.0. Roy Creeth, a 105.5 second. Third place was Aidan Cleary, a 107.6, followed by Brendan Ryan. You can just hear it. It's near like a launch control on that MW 400 machines. Just hitting the limiter and dumping the clutch. Yeah, so Brendan Ryan, 4th at 108.4. 5th is Eamon McKeown. 6th is Rory Wurst, Martin Halford and Chris Gray. Again, final call for the Supersport machines. Supersport Pro to the holding area. That's final call for Supersport machines to the holding area. Moto 3 machines then, fastest with Matt Davison and third fastest on the road altogether, a 105.9. Second place, Buster Sherman Boyd, a 107.3. Third was Robert O'Neill, a 108.5. Gary Jordan, 4th. Kieran Cahoon in 5th. And Johnny Parker in 6th. Supersport 300, Max Wardy, followed by Bailey Dobson. Then we'll have Owen Everard, Jordan McGahan, Eamon McKeown, Dale Hyland in 5th. So there's the klaxon now. The time has started then for the Supersport Pro machines as they make their way out on the track. Chris Nelkin away out there. Knowles on the R6 Yamaha. So there's the Supersport Pro machines then. Erwin away out, AJ Carey, Mark Conlon on the second of the Ducatis. This weekend he'll be hoping to be first of the Ducatis. Lovely sound of machines. Another lovely sound machine there away through is that Triumph. Here's Chris Nelkin already away past us. He's looking something special. He loves the Supersport machine. He loves to get his results. And he's going to be pushing hard this weekend. He's got a good chance of it. We have no McAdoo this weekend, unfortunately. Corey McGreevy had a slip off here. And he's out with injury. You will see a McAdoo machine. And speak of the devil, there he is. That's Paul Cranston. So I'm sure you'll be seeing them colours throughout the rest of the season. William Donnelly away through. You notice slightly older R6 Yamaha, but he's comfortable with it. He knows what he's doing with it. We'll be keeping an eye out on Donnelly. So next up then, Supersport Cup. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Supersport Cup machines. You see some of the machines already making his way down. There's Daniel Matheson, number 15 machine. Brand new boots on the back of that. You can see the sticker still on the back tire. A lot of people don't like that because obviously once you hit that contact patch, sometimes you get a wee spin up and it can take the confidence, knock the confidence out of you. So Chris Nelkin then at the minute fastest on screen, followed by Michael Gillen. Third, Lee Hara. Paul Cranston away through there in fifth. But it's all about to change. Graham Irwin then on the Magic Bullet Ducati into second place. Gary Scott out there currently in fourth, the number 6 machine. There's Mark Conlon. Yes, Mark fast straight away. 59.6 from Mark Conlon. Second place just behind Chris Nelkin. A 59.2 for Algate. Brendan Kavanagh way through there. Daniel Matheson as well. Graham Smallwood. So there's Alki away through once again. Warren Knowles up in the 8th place there at the minute for Warren, the number 41 machine. Right out to the side of the track goes Graham Irwin up the inside of Paul Cranston. Where's Graham at the minute? Third, a 1 minute .1. So that's his fastest lap so far. AJ Carey across the line there. So third goes AJ Carey. Mark Conlon a 59.6. Chris Nelkin a 59.2. They were both slightly slower in that last lap. That's a lovely sound of machine there. Oh, Brendan Kavanagh, the number 10 machine, the Triumph. Here comes Warren Knowles. Warren starting to push now. He's starting to push that Yamaha right out to the white line and a wee bit more. Of course, wouldn't be touching the white lines last weekend. It's very slippy indeed. So Graham Irwin across the line then goes fastest at the minute, 58.8 for Graham Irwin. Christian Algan of 59.2 in second place. Mark Collin of 59.6. AJ Carey in fourth with a 59.7. Mark Collin across the line very briefly went fastest but was quickly demoted by Christian Algan of 58.7. Mark Collin of 58.7 and Graham Irwin of 58.8. AJ Carey in fourth of 59.7. So the top four sub 1 minutes. Here's the number 10. Lovely sounding machine that of, let's see, where did he go on the timing screens. Brendan Kavanagh 16th there at the minute, a 104.6. Again, just getting used to that machine. I know if I was on it, I wouldn't care where I was as long as I was able to hear it. Lovely sounding. Oh, AJ Carey away through there. That's Graham Smallwoods then on the Honda. Graham Irwin fast as a 57.8. Chris Nelgan a 58.1. AJ Carey a 58.9. Gary Scott in fifth at the minute, a 59.8. That's good shooting there for Gary Scott. Kevin Canny in sixth, a 1 minute .171. Just struggling to get under that 1 minute mark. We'll have a look now. A 1 minute .12. Faster gain for Canny, but he just needs to squeeze a wee bit more out of that R6 Yamaha. There's the Ducati of Graham Irwin faster again. Away through a 57.8. 7 for Graham Irwin. Gary Scott is pushing that R6 Yamaha fast. Well, there's Christian Algan, AJ Carey just behind him. Or Paul Cronton, should have said, sorry. Here's Mark Conlon. Christian Algan just getting held up a wee bit. He didn't know whether to go up the inside or round the outside there. I think that was maybe Graham Smallwoods. William Donnelly across the line, 12th at the minute, a 101.8. Michael Gillen up into 7th there, the number 321 machine. A 1 minute .75. Kevin Canny, Kevin Canny across the line, a 59.1 up into 5th place there. So he's took nearly a second off his previous lap. Graham Irwin again slightly slower, 59.2 compared to his best of 57.8. Warren Nose just getting tucked in behind him there. Paul Cronson across the line with that signature nod as he looks down at the tank. Christian Algan there then. So another call then for the Super Sport Cup class. If you can make your way, please, to the holding area. That's the Super Sport Cup class to the holding area, please. William Donnelly. Is this another fast one for Donnelly? Slower that time, hitting a wee bit of traffic, perhaps a 104 compared to a 101.8. So there's Kevin Canny on the Suzuki, a 59.1 there for Canny. Daniel Matheson currently in 8th place, a 1 minute 7.17. Oh, listen to that. Away through 16th, Brendan Kavanagh. Graham Irwin with another fastest lap of 57.8. Chris Nelgan of 58.1, still in that second place. Gary Scott's just across the line, demotes AJ Carey. Oh, AJ across the line quickly. Puts Gary Scott back in his place. In 5th place, Chris Nelgan now fastest at 57.5 for Elgate. Graham Irwin a 57.8. Mark Collin a 57.9 in 3rd place. AJ Carey on the Honda 58.7. William Donnelly across the line. Michael Gillen holding on to him there, looking away past number 32. Kevin Canny a 58.7 that time, so he's starting to find some pace in the later parts of this qualifying session. Here's Irwin. Faster again for Irwin. A 57.4, demoting Chris Nelgan to 2nd place once again. Where is Elgate? Will not belong to, there's Scott across the line. A 58, that was a 59.9 that time. AJ slower this time as well. Mark Conlon, fastest lap, personal lap there for Mark Conlon today, 57.7. Chris Nelgan across the line, that was a 58.8 that time round for Elke. So Erwin clinches pole for now. Once again, 57.4. Chris Nelgan at 57.5. There is nothing, absolutely nothing in it here. Mark Conlon third at 57.7. AJ Carey in fourth at 58.7. Kavian Canny in fifth at 58.7. Gary Scott sixth at 58.8. Michael Gillen in seventh at 59.8. So the top seven all sub 1 minutes. Daniel Matheson in 8th place at 1 minute 4. So 1 minute left of this qualifying session. That's 1 minute left. If the Supersport Cup, the remainder of the Supersport Cup machines, could you please make your way to the holding area? That's the Supersport Cup machines to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. So that was Smallwoods across the line then. Still waiting for, there's Canny, the number 32 machine, 58.8 compared to 58.7, very consistent. That's one thing about Keevan. Graham Irwin across the line, slower that time, Graham Irwin, by over a second. There, Wayne Knowles just pushing the bike, using his body weight to steer that machine. There's Mark Conlon away through. Chris Nelgan again. A lot of traffic now they're coming up to, so don't think they're going to be able to better their times within the next couple of laps. There's the checkered flag being flown now. So Super Sport Cup machines, if the remainder of you can please make your way to the holding area. That's Super Sport Cup, please, to the holding area. So again, not an awful lot of time for Chris Nelgan to be able to do something. There was a bit of traffic there. I don't think he may be able to get past, but he's lost all that time through Deaders and Colonials. As they head back up towards the hairpin. Warren Knowles once again across the line. Where does Warren slot in? 9th place there at 1 minute 0.5. That's a good lap time there for Knowles. Oh, Elke, he knows he's had to give up. Graham Irwin, that time 57.2 for Irwin. So the machine's already making their way back into the paddock. So it's Graham Irwin then, fastest at 57.2, followed by Chris Nelgan at 57.5. Mark Conlon at 57.7. AJ Carey on the Honda at 58.7. Kevian Canny in 5th at 58.7. Gary Scott 6th at 58.8. Daniel Matheson made his way up into 7th place at 59.9. Michael Gillen 8th with a 59.8. Warren Knowles had a good run there, 8th place, and on the last lap posting his fastest lap a 1 minute 0.5. Lee Hara in 10th, William Donnelly in 11th, Keelan Smith 12th, Gary Annan in 13th, Graham Smallwoods 14th, Paul Cranston in 15th, and Brendan Kavanagh on the Triumph in 16th place. Last call then for the Supersport Cup machines to the holding area. These will be going any second now, so please make sure you're ready to go. So I think we're more or less ready to go here for the Supersport Cup qualifying session, as the gates are being closed now and the machines are being wheeled up to the gate. Robert Waddell there on the CBR 600 Honda, lovely looking machine. That's the new generation of the Hondas Supersport machines. That was William Young away out there then. On the R6, it looked like Williams' machine. So they're making their way through the chicane and up the back straight for the first time this weekend. So that's the Supersport Cup machines now out on track. If the pre-injection 600s and the Superbike Cups could please make their way to the holding area, please. That is the pre-injection and the Superbike Cup to the holding area for your qualifying session. So here we go then, back down the front straight. So Simon McCulloch, Gareth Dunlop then. Jack Cadwell away through. Robert Waddell, Rob McCauley, Andy Farrell out for a spin before the Manx Grand Prix, no doubt. Christian Boyles, Jimmy Dixon, Ezra Clark, Gary Jordan, Jordan Locke and Alan Mears, Ross Quinn, Joey Hennessy, James Porter, Lewis Grove, Patrick Nee, Nathan Mile, Keith O'Brien and William Young. So plenty of machines to be watching here in this qualifying session. And again, depending on the qualifying, I'm pretty sure some of them are going to be split into the racing, maybe in with the pre-injection machines. So again, out on the start and finish, Michael Clyde, Robert Waddell away through Rob McCauley, all together, all very fast men. There's Andy Farrell in the ZX6, still enjoying his race, and he just can't get enough of it. Side by side away through there's Ezra Clark. I think just finding a way around the outside there through Datters. So again, bit overcast here today, thank goodness, because this wee box just turns into a greenhouse. And I've got my fans going here, but it's not making much of a difference. Track temperature is up to 25.5 degrees now. Again, I don't want it too warm. That's when you start getting tires, and a lot of the riders here, they like to make the tires last all for the whole day. But if it's too hot, it just can't be done. So again, another call for the pre-injection 600s and the Superbike Cup machines to the holding area. Again, the whole gaggle of machines just making their way through the chicane, dazing for position. Again, it's very easy to say, just if there's a lot of traffic, just to move over and let them all pass, but sometimes it can be very difficult to get back into the swing of things again. It's like a lot of riders say, you know, there's a red flag, or sometimes they see a yellow flag, it puts them off, they slow down. Once they slow down, they lose their rhythm, and it takes, you could maybe lose a couple of laps in the meantime. Again, this whole group together then. Currently, Rob McCauley just across the line there, fastest, a 59.7. Robert Waddell across the line in second, a 101.7. Jack Cadwell, he's in the 101s. Jimmy Dixon, a 102 in fourth place. Simon McCauley in fifth, a 102.3. Michael Clyde then in sixth place. Kristen Boyles in seventh. Ross Martin in eighth. Ross Martin, I don't think he's getting any help from his brother this weekend. Pretty sure his brother Kyle is over in Scotland due to skate across the pond to Australia. So we wish Kyle all the best in his endeavours in the future. Whatever you're getting up to, and I'm sure you'll be back on a bike soon enough. There's not much racing in Australia, I can assure you. Well, there's plenty of it, it's just getting to it's the problem. So Andy Farrell then across the line. Where does Andy slot into? Christian Boyle's right behind him, so he was briefly up in the seventh place, but Andy at the minute settling. No, he's not. He's just dropping down the timing screens here while everybody's up in the pace. That's Jamie Dixon, Alan Myers, Joey Hennessy, Christian Boyle, Jordan Larkin, all leapfrogging past Andy Farrell on the screen. So Andy was 7th, he is now 12th at the minute. A 102.6. They're all in the 102, so this is going to be tight racing later on. It's going to be great to see. Ross Martin, of course, Superbike Cup machines, or Super Sport Cup machines, depending on the qualifying. A lot of them will qualify for the pro class, and they will start at the back of the grid depending on their times. Same with the Superbike Cup, and the remainder then will be in racing with the pre-injections, and it's always great racing there. Still Rob McCauley fastest at 59.2, followed by Simon McCullough at 101.3 there in second place. Jimmy Dixon in third, Robert Waddell in fourth, Jordan Larkin currently in fifth place, a 101.794 for Larkin. Jack Cadwell 6th, Michael Clyde 7th, Ross Martin in 8th, Alan Myers 9th, Brett McCallum in 10th, Joey Hennessy currently in 11th place, Christian Boyles 12th, Andy Farrell again down in the 13th place then, just in front of William Young in 14th, Pat Nee in 15th, Gary Jordan was in 16th at the minute, Ross Quinn in 17th, Ezra Clark 18th, Gareth Dunlop 19th, and Stuart Haitian in 20th at the minute. Again, just that wee bit of sea air coming through, looking very foggy. Either out my windows need cleaned here in the comedy box, but I'm pretty sure there's a wee bit of a mist coming down there. May cool the track down ever so slightly, but I don't think it's going to make much difference. So another shout please, another call for the pre-injection 600s and the Superbike Cup machines to the Holden area. Jonathan Allen with his BMW already there, the number 944 machine. The bike's just heading up the back straight now. We'll keep an eye on Simon McCullough. He's been faster every lap. That time, right, I just jinxed it. Slightly slower, a 103.7 for McCullough. But Alan Myers, that was a personal best today there for Alan, a 101.2. Christian Boyle's up in the 5th place now, a 101.4. Jordan Larkin demoted to 7th. Jimmy Dixon up into 6th then. So Simon McCullough still struggling there. He hasn't got an awful lot of time left to do anything about Rob McCauley. 59.2 there for McCauley. It's a great move there, William Young on Ezra Clark, just up the inside of Datters. We'll keep a wee eye on them then as they make their way through Colonials. So Ezra on the slightly older machine. William Young just ahead of him now, and it looks like it's going to be a fast lap here for William Young as he exits Fisherman's End, heading for the chicane. Just look how smooth he is. He's always a smooth rider. William used to ride W125. I think he rode a 250 as well for back in the day. I think it was a 250 he rode. He rode a 125 as well. Very good 125 rider. William Young. It's great to see him back out this season on an R6. So there we go then, across the line. See William Young, 15th. There he goes, a 102.6. But from 10th down to 15th, the 102s. And then we have Gary Jordan, first of the 103s, in 16th. But it looks like it's going to be Rob McCauley that's taking the spoils. So Rob McCauley at 59.2, Ross Martin in second at 1 minute 5. So again, final call for the pre-injection 600 and Superbike Cup machines to the holding area. That's final call for the pre-injection and the Superbike Cup to the holding area, please. Yes, Simon McCulloch in third, a 101.1. Alan Myers fourth, a 101.2. Robert Waddell in fifth, a 101.3. Christian Boyles in sixth, guess what? A 101.4. Jamie Dixon in seventh, a 101.6. Jordan Larkin in eighth, a 101.6. So close. This racing is going to be good later on today. Jack Cadwell in ninth, a 101.8. Michael Clegg 10th, a 102.0. Joey Hennessy going well there, up in the 11th place at 102.1. Patrick Nee in 12th, a 102.3. Then we have Brett McCallum in 13th. Andy Farrell 14th. William Young in 15th. Gary Jordan 16th. 17th is Ezra Clark. 18th Ross Quinn. 19th is Garrett Dunlop. And 20th is Stuart Hazen. So the machines just making their way back into the paddock now. Next up is the pre-injection and the Superbike Cup machines for their qualifying session. So they've been given the all clear. Kitty with the klaxon. So Kitty might have to do a training course with the rest of them about the klaxon. Sometimes technology can get in the way. So here go the machines going out on track. And again, just that wee bit of sea air coming down at us. But it won't make much difference. Lewis Crompton there just warming them brakes up or bedding them in. Sometimes you'll see riders just slamming on the brakes. Just getting a wee bit of heat in them, especially early on in maybe the first couple of laps. And the trick to bedding in brakes, you give it a couple of good pulls before you go out, let them cool down a wee bit, and then just ease them on. Get a nice wee bit of heat in them. You don't want them to glaze. Problem in the glaze, there's no grip on them, and if there's no grip on them, there's no stopping some of these machines. 230 brake horsepower. You need all the brakes you can get. So Ronan Cosgrave, William Conaghan, Vincent Long, Paul Demain, Jake Crean all out on track, Michael Carr, Jonathan Allen. There's the BMW of Almantas Monteves away through. One of the Prain Jackson machines pulling over there. So Ronan Cosgrove across the line again. Just start fast lap. So the yellow flag is out then on this one. The rider there just can't get the bike going, unfortunately, so that's that qualifying session over. So Jonathan Allen then, fastest at the minute, a 102.8. Michael Carr second. Of course, this is the Superbike Cup, and there's Super Sport Cup in here as well, and Prain Jackson machines, so we'll try and keep on top of it as best we can. We'll call then, please, for the SBT Ireland Superbike Pro machines to the holding area. That's the Superbike Pro machines to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. So Alex Duncan then, first of the Superbike Cup, followed by Jonathan McKeelvey. Third place is Tom Nicol. Fourth is Johnny Allen. Fifth is Damien Carson. First of the Supersport Cup at the minute, Michael Carr. First of the Prain Jackson machines, Paul Demain. And they're jumping and skipping about the screen here. Ronan Cosgrave, second of the Prain Jacksons. And we'll have to go down to 18th from the road there. David Creeth in third of the Prain Jackson machines. So Stephen Love starting to make a move now. Starting to put the lap times in. He's currently fifth in the Supersport Cup. Alex Duncan now fastest in the Superbike Cup class, followed by Jonathan Gregory, Tom Oliver on the R1. As far as I know, it's a pretty trick R1. So just looking here, Lewis Crompton there. Lewis Crompton having a good run this season. You can see the confidence. And you see the bike just moving a wee bit there, coming on the start and finish straight for the number 44 machine. And he's looking a lot more relaxed this season on that ZX6 machine. So Tom Nicol then across the line again, a 102.1. Jonathan McKeelvey in second, a 101.3. Alex Duncan, a 1 minute .6 through there. Of course, Alex has been out on track previously. Across the line again, a 1 minute .491. Richard Hyland across the line there, up into 12th place goes Richard. 103.5. 14th, Mervyn Griffin, a 103.6 there for Griffin. David Creeth away through. Don Gilbert jumps up into third place then, and fastest in the Supersport Cup at the minute, a 101.5. So again, another call please for SBT Ireland Superbike Pro machines to the holding area. That's the Superbike Pro machines to the holding area. See Shields Derek Shields' machine there, number 82. Great to see Derek here. And there's Mark Hewitt. No doubt getting slagged by Graham McAleese in some way, shape or form. There's so many machines coming through here. So many machines out on track. But it's Jonathan McKelvey jumping right up there. Fastest Superbike Cup at the minute, 59.7 for McKelvey. Alex Duncan second. Stephen Love a 101.3. Stephen Love up into third, fastest on the road, but the fastest Supersport Cup rider at the minute. Don Gilbert then second of the Supersport Cup, apologies. Still, we're just trying to keep on top of all this here. Michael Carr third in the Supersport Cup. And again, there was so many machines out on track for the Supersport Cup qualifying session. They had to be split up then, so Scott Clements is fourth at the minute, fourth fastest Supersport Cup, but of course that all changed. Jumping up the timing screens then, Johnny Allen up in the fourth in the Superbike Cup, third Superbike Cup, apologies. Stephen Love splitting Alex Duncan and Johnny Allen in this one. So again, Superbike Pro to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. That's Superbike Pro machines to the holding area as quickly as you can. So again, Alex Duncan across the line, faster again. He's found another lease of life there, 58.6. John McKelvey demoted to second place, a 59.7. Stephen Love, Johnny Allen just across the line up into third place, but Stephen Love still fastest Supersport Cup, followed by Michael Carr, who's just crossed the line, a 101.3. Don Gilbert then seventh. Keep an eye on Scott Clements, he's starting to climb there, 10th in the road, 4th in the Supersport Cup, a 102.2. Faster again there for Clements. Just chipping away. I think everyone's doing the same, just making the most of this weather. So just hearing Tom Nicol, unfortunately, has retired. Not long left of this qualifying session anyway. Jonathan Gregory then across the line. That was a whopper of a lap. Jonathan Gregory put through a 101.1 up into fourth place and fourth of the Superbike Cup. But Damien Carson then demotes him back down to fifth place. So there's the checkered flag out now. Last call for the Superbike Pro machines to the holding area, please. That's the SBT Ireland Superbike Pro machines. If you can make your way to the holding area. Last call. Alex Duncan then a 58.1 that time round. 59.7 for Jonathan McKelvey. As the checkered flag is waving in the breeze here. Might add a very warm breeze here at Kirkistown. Across the line then, Michael Press on the BMW 101.9. Again, these times are very close here. So the machines making their way back into the paddock. And the Superbike machines will be up next then. So we'll try our best to run through this. It was Alex Duncan who was fastest in the Superbike Cup, followed by Jonathan McKelvey and Johnny Allen then in third. Fourth was Damien Carson, and fifth was Jonathan Gregory. Sixth was Tom Oliver. Seventh was Keith Richardson. Eighth was Darren Crockerty. Let me see, down in, let me see, 9th then was Michael Press. Tom Nicol 10th, retired there in that last lap. Almantas Monteves in 15th then. Supersport Cup, Stephen Love, fastest from Michael Kerr and Don Gilbert. Pre-injection 600 machines then. Ronan Cosgrave, followed by Vincent Long and Paul Demain in 3rd. David Creeth 4th. Mervyn Griffin in 5th. Richard Hyland 6th. 7th was Jack Crean. 8th then was Robert Toner, fastest of the 1000cc machines. Liam Concannon in 9th. Ian Lynch 10th. Kenneth O'Gorman in 11th. Martin Walsh 12th. 13th was Shane Farrell and Connor McDonald. Unfortunately, he retired out of that one. So there's the klaxon now for the Superbikes. They're removing their tire warmers now. And getting ready to go out on track. So there we go then. The machines are now out on track for the Superbike qualifying session. Irwin, Daniel Matheson, Mark Hewitt just following in between. Great results last week. The last time here for Mark Hewitt. 2 weeks ago here. Derek Shields just cool, calm and collected. No panicking. No point in rushing. Nicky Burns out on the Superbike. There's Derek Shields away out now. And the number 32. That's Carl Phillips. So Carl Phillips is riding the SBT Ireland Superbike this weekend. So a change of plans here this weekend for Carl. And I don't know how long it was on the cards for, but it's great to see the title sponsor here, SBT Ireland Superbike, out on track with Carl Phillips on board. So way through then, Dean McMaster, Ryan Gibson. Looks like Mark Hewitt's actually just holding on the back of Daniel Matheson there for this one. So Carl McGahan, Jordan McCord, Andrew Wardy, Aaron Abbott, Ross Irwin, Daniel Matheson and Mark Hewitt all the way through. A wee bit of a slide on there for Nicky Burns. You can hear that Suzuki spinning up. Derek Shields away through. Carl Phillips on the SBT Ireland Superbike. Ryan Gibson then fastest at the minute. They all head up towards us here, up to the hairpin then, as they jostle for position. Side by side into the hairpin. Coming back out. Track temperature up to 25.8 degrees. That was McMaster just struggling to keep the front end of that Kawasaki down. Matheson away through. Here's Johnny Campbell. Lovely colour scheme there for Johnny Campbell on that BMW. He seems to have got the hang of it. He was struggling to get it off the line, and then there was problems with sensors and the clutch was snapping on him, and it seemed to have been a wee bit of a disaster for him. But very impressive results a couple of weeks ago here at Kirkistown. So hopefully he's got all the gremlins gone. Same as every bike, every new machine. It takes a few races to get up and going and to get things right, but he's certainly doing the right thing now. Here's McMaster then. Ross Irwin away through second. at the minute. Ryan Gibson a 57.4. Ross Irwin a 57.7. Dean McMaster in third, a 57.7. Carl McGahan, the number 2 machine. Johnny Campbell just long look behind him. He doesn't want anyone following him, and he doesn't want anyone in front of him, so he'll just be keeping a nice tidy gap there between himself and that group behind. Oh, a bit of movement there from the number 2 machine of Carl McGahan. You can tell he's pushing. That was faster again for McGahan of 57.8 that time round. Way through Andrew Wardy, just ahead of Mark Hewitt there on the timing screens. Carl Phillips then across the line, fastest at the minute for Carl Phillips, 56.3. Derek Shields at 56.6. There's yellow flags there at Fisherman's, so I don't think, well, they shouldn't be any faster this lap round. There's Carl Phillips, 56.6, as he just nips the limiter before he tucks into Deaders. Ryan Gibson in behind him, chasing him hard. 56.3, that was a 56.5 that time. Derek Shields now a 56.6. Ryan Gibson a 56.7. Dean McMaster in fourth at 56.8. So again, all into the 56s. Carl McGahan away through there, rightly so, slower. So more than likely all of them be slower. Here's Mark Hewitt. Oh, BMW just plants itself out of that hairpin. It was so fast. So that machine, there's Carl Phillips again. Faster again there for Carl Phillips at 55.9. Ryan Gibson in behind him. Closely followed by Derek Shields. Johnny Campbell, where is he? A 103 was his best lap there, so I don't know whether he's just waiting for the last lap, but he's getting stretched. Moto 1 machines, please, to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. We're halfway through this qualifying session. Andrew Wardy there, massive wheelie across the line for the number 39 machine. Mark Hewitt then still in that 8th place. Daniel Matheson just ahead of him in, or apologies, 9th. So Daniel's now up in the 8th place at 57.7. Mark Hewitt at 58.007, 007. Again, Carl Phillips. I don't know whether that's a bit of traction control just kicking in, just tipping the limiter. Faster again that time at 55.7 for Carl Phillips. Derek Shields 56.3. Ross Irwin in third at 56.6. Ryan Gibson in fourth at 56.7. Oh, that R1 does not look steady at all there as he's coming on the start and finish straight. So Carl McGahan looking a wee bit loose, to say the least. So Johnny Campbell, then we'll keep an eye on Johnny Campbell. That time was a 57.6. So he's not hard to miss. Says me trying to find him. So we'll see what Johnny Campbell can do this time. Here's Ryan Gibson. Ryan's on a charge now, but he still can't better. There's Johnny Campbell. There it is. Johnny Campbell goes fastest at 55.5. Carl Phillips in second at 55.7, and Derek Shields still in that third place at 56.3. McGahan then across the line, a wee bit steadier that time, but he's down in 9th place. Still very respectable time there, 57.7 for Carl. And here's Carl Phillips then going back out on track after making some adjustments. Maybe needed some settings moved about on the dash. Be interesting to hear that machine when it goes past the next time, if it was just a traction control thing. Johnny Campbell coming up the back straight, cruising as Nicky Burns blast past him like he was stopped. I'm sure he was nearly stopped. Oh, big wheelie across the line for Derek Shields. He's just playing about now, and he still does his fastest lap of 55.7 there, up into second place ahead of Carl Phillips. Not an awful lot of time left for Carl to do anything, so he might just get one good lap in. Moto 1 machines then to the holding area, please. That's the Moto 1 machines, if you can make your way to the holding area. So at the minute, it's Johnny Campbell fastest as they come back on. Here's Mark Hewitt, Irwin in behind. Ross Irwin currently in 4th. Daniel Matheson jumps up into 7th place in 56.8 that time round for Matheson. That was Carl Phillips. That's a 2:42 for Carl, obviously pulling in, making some adjustments. We'll keep a wee eye on Carl to see if he can better Johnny Campbell's time. Carl was really on form last weekend, previously riding for the JMC team. Carl through Fisherman's. You can see the amount of lean angle he has from here on that SBT Ireland Superbike. Irwin's got ahead of Mark Hewitt now. Daniel Matheson tucked in behind Mark Hewitt. Mark's currently in 10th place, but we'll keep an eye on Carl Phillips then. A 55.7 last time for Carl Phillips. He's coming up this group ahead of him. Mark Hewitt looking away past on Daniel Matheson. Here's Phillips. That's a 56.2 that time, so he has to keep pushing. Johnny Campbell pulling in for some more adjustments, and you can hear the split throttles on that BMW as it just tries to settle itself as he puts the power on. So Derek Shields across. Derek Shields goes fastest now, a 55.1. So 55.1 for Derek Shields. Carl McGahan, the number 2 machine, again making some adjustments. He doesn't look very comfortable on that R1. You can see the back end of it just moving about. So Derek Shields, what a lap time there. A 55.1 compared to Johnny Campbell's 55.5. So nearly half a second quicker. So hopefully Johnny's found something here in that pit stop. Of course, more than likely going to be a front row start here for him anyway. So he'll be comfortable as long as he can get that BMW off the line. Here he is. So he's going to get another lap as the checkered flag is being readied. Can the remainder of the Moto 1 machines please make their way to the holding area? That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area, please. Ryan Gibson then taking the checkered flag, followed by Derek Shields, who is currently fastest. Johnny Campbell just scraped in an extra lap there and no more. So again, just keep an eye on Johnny Campbell as they're all coming back up the start and finish straight here. That looks like Daniel Matheson. So Mark Hewitt has made a mistake somewhere and he's not going to be able to better that time. Oh, Johnny's slowing down on the last lap. So it just wasn't, well, it is working for him because that's still a very respectable time there. 55.5. Carl Phillips, I think, may have retired in the paddock. Carl McGahan just pulling over to the side there. Looking down at the dash, I'm not sure, maybe he's going to start trying a race start. So that's last call then for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area, please. So that's the rest of the Superbikes just making their way back into the paddock then. A couple of machines with a few passengers. Derek Shield, Johnny Campbell, Carl Phillips and Ross Irwin, Ryan Gibson. Ross Irwin on the front row, Ryan Gibson then followed by Dean McMaster, Daniel Masters in 7th. Then we'll have Andrew Wardy, Carl McGahan. Having issues with that R1. He was looking sharp at the start there, just dropping back, but he was still putting in some good times. Jordan McCord 11th, Aaron Ebbett in 12th, Nicky Burns in 13th, and his teammate behind him, Graham McAleese. So here we go then, the Moto 1 machines heading out on track. That was Hubert Tomaszewski, Kieran Cahoon. So again, these machines, a lot of these riders coming from the IMC Championship. You'll notice the orange bibs throughout all classes this weekend, or today, should I say. That indicates newcomers for this season. So the orange bib is not very popular with the riders. It's something that's came in not that long ago for newcomers. Again, the Moto 1 class, part of the stepping stone of these young ones' racing careers. Again, they're so competitive. Great racing again here a couple of weeks ago. For the first time, some of them were out in the wet for the first time, which I'm sure was interesting for them. So the first machine through there is Hubert Tomaszewski, followed by Kieran Cahoon. Hubert Tomaszewski last time here at Kirkistown, cleaning up the 2 fantastic wins, and fastest of course. We'll just keep an eye on him this weekend. Kieran Cahoon going very well last weekend, maybe coming into some issues in the last race, is just dropping back that wee bit on the last few laps. Harley Smith out there, William Graham, David Scott, Joel Hare and Ocean Walsh. So just here and there, unfortunately Brendan Kennedy has retired. So Brendan Kennedy has retired at Colonials, rider perfectly okay. For any of the team or the parents down there that might be panicking. Hubert Tomaszewski across the line then, a 1:12.1 already. Kieran Cahoon a 1:17 across the line. Again, this is such a competitive wee class, and we'll see that during the race. They're well broke up here during qualifying. Of course, that's unless you want to follow someone. That's exactly what you want. David Scott, William Graham across the line. Joel Hare, new colour scheme this weekend for Joel. His new machine, of course, his first time out here was 2 weeks ago as his first ever race. And of course, we don't want to be spraying any machines for your first ever race. It's bad luck, or so I'm told. But the wee bike's looking well. Here at Tomaszewski, fastest at the minute. As here he comes across the line. And the rest of the machines making their way through the chicane. See Ocean Walsh. That was a 1:16.4 in second place. Here's Kirkistown. Faster again there, 1:16.4. Ocean Walsh in second, a 1:16.4. Holly Smith, a 1:17 last time. Joel Herr, a 1:18.4. David Scott, a 1:18.8. And William Graham, a 1:19.8. So we're going to see these times plummet. And one times that plummet is Harley Smith, a 1:15.7 there for Harley Smith, up into second place. There's Joel Herr now. Joel Herr currently in fifth, followed by William Graham, David Scott, and Brandon Kennedy, unfortunately retired. So again, the machines just making their way through. Colonials 2, starting to bunch up a wee bit at the back. Hubert Tomaszewski just across the line, faster again, a 1:11.5. He did this last time. Every single lap he got quicker and quicker and quicker, even with the massive lead that he had during the two races. He just kept pumping out personal bests. Kirkistown then. Moto 1 bikes, they're just trying to get into possession, trying to get into the slipstream. So important, slipstream in these machines. You get tucked in behind that fern as much as you can. Much like William Graham. And it's working for him, so William Graham third fastest at the minute, 1:15.1. Ocean Walsh just towing along. David Scott there. Joel Herr not within slipstream contention just at the minute. Still holding on to that fifth place. Better time again, a 1:15.6, faster for nearly all of them. Kirkistown slightly slower that time, a 1:16.8. Compared to her best, a 1:16.4. Again, just dropping off a wee bit as the laps come on. Keep an eye on Kier's time this next one round. Next up then is the sidecars for their qualifying session before we go into the first race of the day. The first race will be the Super Twins, Production Twins and the Super Mono machines. But for now, sidecars please, if you can make your way to your holding area. 7 minutes gone of this qualifying session. Here's William Graham again, up into third place. Demoting Harley Smith to fourth. Wait to see what Harley can do. Ocean Walsh away through a 1:13.7, but it's still Hubert Tomaszewski who is fastest, a 1:11.2. Ocean Walsh a 1:13.7. William Graham in third, a 1:14.3. Harley Smith fourth at 1:14.4. There's Tomaszewski across, faster again for Tomaszewski. Nearly 3.5 seconds faster than Walsh in second place. Joel Herr in fifth at 1:14.8. David Scott sixth at 1:16.0. And Kirkistown in seventh at 1:16.4. Kier was slightly faster from her previous lap. Again, just knocking a wee bit of confidence from her slip off last weekend, or 2 weekends ago. Here we go again, William Graham, he's down into fourth again. Can he get ahead of Harley Smith? And again he does it, a 1:13.8. Harley Smith a 1:14.0. So Joel Herr now has, that was a 1:15.5 that time compared to Joe's best, a 1:14.8. But he's maybe just able to get a bit of a slipstream there this time. Tomaszewski, he's starting to pace himself now. That was a 1:10.482 compared to a 1:10.459, so there's absolutely nothing in it at all. The consistency of this is exactly what they need. And these young riders learning every single race. So sidecar machines making their way down to the holding area. And there'll be exiting the holding area down below us here. That's the first for me anyway. So you can see Joel Hurd still just getting tucked in behind. Interesting to see this lap time for Joel. Again, you have to remember this is the second race meeting, so there's different age restrictions and whatnot. So there's David Scott and Joel Hurd across, slightly slower there, 1:15 for Joel. David Scott, sometimes it's okay to catch the rider in front, but the trick is you have to try and ignore them nearly. Not so much ignore, but you know they're there. You have to look through them. You have to look past them, or you end up slowing down to their pace. But again, it's all about the learning curve. So a couple of sidecars now in the holding area. I think there's 6 entered maybe this weekend. So Hubert Tomaszewski last time round, faster again at 1:10.3. There we go, as the Kirkistown takes the checkered flag then. So Kirkistown currently in 7th place. So number 777 in 7th. Oh, Joel Hurd finally got past David Scott then, but it seemed to have taken a wee bit of work, because it was that was a 1:16 from Joel compared to a 1:14.8 in the previous laps. That was best lap in his 5th lap. David Scott a 1:14.5 just ahead. So it looks like Hubert Tomaszewski then is fastest once again in this Moto 1 class, a 1:10.3. Harley Smith in second, a 1:13.0. Owen Walsh in third. He was able to hold that off from William Graham in fourth with a 1:13.1. William Graham 1:13.5. David Scott a 1:14.5. Joel Hurd a 1:14.8. So close here. From second place right down to 6th. The times are so tight that anything can happen. Kirkistown in 7th, a 1:15.9. So sidecar machines then are lining up, ready to go. We'll have a retiree from the previous qualifying session going out for a lap just to make sure that machine is in tip-top shape for the race later on. Yeah. So that's Conor McDonald just heading out for a lap. Again, he didn't get too far in qualifying, something wrong with that machine, and he had to pull over and retire. But the sidecar qualifying session will be going out any second now. As Conor, that's a good sign anyway. He's got further than what he did in qualifying. When that incident, the bike started to slow or whatever happened to him. It's always great to see the sidecars here. Wasn't up until recently. I wasn't actually sure whether the side cars were going to be turning up this weekend. Well, obviously they don't do every round, unfortunately. So here we go then, sidecar machines out on track now. Scobie clock. Yeah, it's great to see Scobie still out enjoying it. I seen his van coming in earlier and I thought he must drive it as a daily as well, because when I used to live close to him, and I seen the van on the road all the time. There must be well over 1 million miles on that van by now. There's Carl Brady and Declan Brady heading out on track. The Brady bunch at it this weekend once again. Phil Newton and Roy West out there as well on the yellow and blue machine. As they make their way up past the Pit Lane Cafe and breaking into the hairpin. Just getting some heat into the tyres. Getting the feel of these machines again. It's been a while from them been out. Go across the line then. That Scobie clock. Ryan Deneen, maybe just an issue with the transponders up on screen. So Ryan Deneen is the first outfit. Scobie clock and Simon Mayhem, Tony Willis and Ian Harn. And there's the Brady brothers away through there. They're pushing pretty hard, the Brady brothers through, as the rest of them are in through the chicane. Deneen and Fran Newton. You can see Fran just tucking well in behind that outfit. You can't even see him. And that outfit of Philly as well. Roy just disappearing in behind it. So the machines then assembling for the first race of today. That's the Super Twins and the Production Twins. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Super Twins and the Production Twins to the holding area. There's Philip Newton then across the line with Rory Wires. The Dubliners, they like hugging the wall here at the, I suppose they all do really. So at the minute it's Declan Brady then fastest. Declan and Carl at 1:11.0. Ryan Deneen and Fran Newton at 1:13.3. Scobie Clock in third with a 1:14.2. And that's with Simon Mayhem on board as a passenger. Tony Willis and Ian Harn in fourth, a 1:14.3. Philly Newton and Roy West in fifth with a 1:20.1. So Eugene Kettle, FC number 21 outfit. I haven't seen them going through there. May have retired, and I think I could see them up at the top of pit lane there, unfortunately. But here's Philly Newton. Across the line. That was a 1:19.0 faster again for Philly. But here's Brady. Wow, a 1:07.2 for Brady. Last lap was a 1:11, so a 1:07.2 for the Brady brothers. Scobie Clock up into second place now, a 1:11.6. Tony Willis, Ian Harn in third, a 1:12.9. Ryan Deneen and Fran Newton in fourth, a 1:13.3. Philly Newton and Rory West in fifth with a 1:19.0 as they're making their way back up the back straight. Let me see, they're all bunching up there into the hairpin. Ryan Deneen looked like he was pushed out wide. A bit of a cheeky move there. I think that was maybe Scobie just waking him up a wee bit, trying to make a move up the inside. Scobie says, "Excuse me, sir," as he is very polite. "Move over, please." But Ryan Deneen got the better of him out the straight. So Scobie still pushing hard through Colonials 1 and 2. Tucked in the slipstream. Brady away through there. That was a 1:07.3 that time. Good consistent times compared to 1:07.2 for Brady. We're back at the chicane. Still a wee bit misty out there. And I'm sure some of us are hoping that the sun doesn't break out. I know I am in this greenhouse. So Scobie has got past Ryan Deneen now. So Fran Newton just disappearing behind that outfit. So 6 minutes gone of this qualifying session. So Super Twins, Production Twins, and the Super Mono machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, that would be great. Look at the lead now that Scobie Clock has. Oh, Ryan Deneen, he's retired into the paddock. So Deneen currently in fourth place with a 1:13.2, has retired from this qualifying session. You can hear them moving about of that outfit of Declan and Carl Brady. A 1:05.7, you can tell they're pushing hard just by listening to that machine as they come down passes, as it's moving about even in a straight line. And that sea mist has started to drop a lot more now down the back half of the track. You can just about see fishermen's. So Scobie through the chicane, closely followed by Tony and Ian Harn. Well, not for long as they just got past him there before the hairpin. We're just keeping an eye on Brady. Listen to that machine squealing. You can tell that he's pushing that outfit hard. These outfits are putting out more horsepower than these Supersport, the 600 machines, any of these 600 outfits. So anytime when we were racing the Clubmans, it used to be, if you could get a sidecar engine, you've struck gold. Very hard to maintain, but very hard in crankshafts as well, as I'm sure some of the sidecar boys would agree. Breaking into Fisherman's then, still pushing in through the chicane. I'm just having a look. So there's only one side, no, there's two. So two outfits left on track, the rest have retired into the paddock. Of course, they get a look around to see what they need to see. They push as hard as they need to push, and that's all they have to do. Again, you don't want to be putting too many miles on these machines. Keep it for the race. So here we go then. That's Tony Willis across the line with Ian Harn. Doesn't better his time, a 1:10.8, still in that second place. Now, what can the Brady bunch do? Have they pulled in as well? Oh, they have indeed. It looks like they've retired out of this qualifying session. So I think Tony Willis may have another lap or two in him. So Super Twins and Production Twins, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. as quickly as you can. That's Super Twins and Production Twins through the holding area for the first race of today. So Tony, I think one last push then for Tony Willis. Although it didn't seem like he was revving that outfit too hard coming down past the back straight, and he's going to come across the line then to try and better his time at 1:10.816. Here we go then. He'll not better Brady's time anyway. That was a 1:12.6. That was slower again from Tony Willis and Ian Harn. So it looks like it's going to be Declan Brady and Carl Brady who is fastest. Best lap time at 1:05.7. Tony Willis and Ian Harn second with a 1:10.8. Of course, we'll have a wee look to see if they are still going. Doesn't look like they're going to retire. He is still pushing hard. A wee bit of movement there. No, he's shut off now, so by the looks of it, he's going to be going into the paddock, but the checker flag is out now. And he is indeed pulling into the paddock, so it is Tony Willis and Ian Harn who is in second. Scobie Clock and Simon Meathen in third place at 1:11.3. Ryan Deneen and Fran Newton in fourth with a 1:13. Let's see, a 1:13.2. Philly Newton and Roy Wurst in fifth with a 1:19.0. So Super Twins up next then for the first race of the day, and with the sidecars just out there just before we go out for this qualifying session, guys, can I please have your attention and some silence as we acknowledge loved ones who unfortunately we have lost. In particular, very recently, Darren O'Dwyer, who unfortunately lost his life in a work accident, and our Chief Marshal Wesley Grace, his daughter, unfortunately passed away recently. So Emma Grace and Darren O'Dwyer, may you rest in peace. Can we please have a minute's silence for both Darren and Emma Grace? And I'm sure Darren O'Dwyer and Emma Grace, they will never be forgotten. May they rest in peace. Thank you, everybody. Okay, folks, we're just letting some traffic through here, get the spectators. Great to see so many spectators here making their way down to Kirkistown. Of course, it's not easy for them because they do have the Armed Forces Day in Newton Ards. Just a reminder for anyone going home, the road is closed until 8 p.m. Now, it's only a short bit of road, but if anyone has any idea of how I can get back to Lisburn, please let me know. Tomorrow morning. Richard says, just leave tomorrow morning. If the bar's open, I'd be happy staying. So a few last minute checks here at the track, and we should be up and going here pretty soon for the Super Twins and the Production Twins. Go ahead, Craig. I've already done it, Craig. That's why it's called a silence. Okay, so the Clark, of course, just making his way back up behind us, just passing the pit lane cafe now, so it'll not be long until we get this first race underway.
It's like crossing.
That aircon machine might just accidentally break. Richard. 300 degrees up here. So there we go, the klaxon is sounded for the Super Twins and Production Twins for their warm-up lap. So machines out on track and to come back round to take up their position. Christian Elkin is on pole with a 59.9. Dean McMaster in second with a 1 minute .6. Hayden Clinton in third. Great shooting there from Hayden. A 102 flat. Kevin Canny in fourth with a 102.2. You can see just how thick that's coming down now. And behind us, Kirkistown is renowned for this for as long as I remember. For the CR coming down. Finan Wardy in fifth with a 102.6. Jack Myers in sixth with a 103.2. Michael Gillen seventh, a 103.5. Alex Duncan in eighth with a 103.7. Killian Smith in ninth with a 104. Nicky Burns, second of the Production Twins in 10th, a 104.2. Harry McAleese in 11th with a 104.5. Then we have Graham McAleese, third of the Production Twins. Michael Dunleavy, fourth of the Production Twins in 13th. Lee Hara in 14th. Dwayne Lewis in 15th, fifth of the Production Twins. Shane Doran, Kyle Martin in 6th, and they're 16th and 17th lining up. Lee Hilton in 18th, Matthew Curry 19th, and 20th is Matthew Watson. So Hayden Clinton, you can see one of them orange bibs, newcomer this season. Very impressive as Dean McMaster just looks over his left shoulder, wondering, where did you come from? they're just sorting themselves out then. A couple of machines to make their way to the grid positions. Just a reminder that the grid positions are all up where you signed on. It's on the window of the signing on office. Although it's easier said than done. It's okay looking at a bit of paper, but it's putting it into practice sometimes. That fog's really coming down now. You can't even see fishermen's anymore. The bikes are overheating. They're telling them to go, these machines. So here we go then. The green flag goes. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there for Dean McMaster, but Christian Elkin is on the outside, over the right-hand side, and cuts the front end of Dean McMaster, but Dean tucks in behind Christian Elkin then through Colonials 1. It is still Elkie from McMaster. Didn't quite see who that was in third place. So through Colonials 2, braking for Fisherman's. Long right-hander, and then powering back out. Here they come into the chicane then. You can just about see them through the fog. Oh, someone didn't get going there off the line, unfortunately. But they're away now. So it is Christian Elgin from McMaster. Oh, big move there. So McMaster demoted to third place now, but on the brakes, he could have a chance with it. So the lightweight Supersport machines, please make your way to the holding area. It's Christian Elgin. Oh, so he got the better of him. It was Finn and Wardy who got the slipstream on Dean McMaster. Dean McMaster on the brakes was able to get back at him then at the hairpin. Nicky Burns there away through 10th in the row, 3rd of the production twins. Alex Duncan leading the production twins from Graham McAleese. And Nicky Burns 4th was Shane Dorn. And 5th was Michael Dunleavy away through there. So it's Christian Elgin then. He's in the lead, but he's under serious pressure still from Dean McMaster and Finn and Wardy. Great shooting there from Wardy. He got tucked into the slipstream. Look at the speed of that machine compared to Dean McMaster, and Wardy just had to brake that wee bit earlier. We know how good McMaster is on the brakes. He outdone him there that last time. If they can get tucked in behind. 8 lap races. 6 laps to go of this one. And look at Keevy and Kenny. He's coming in there, Aprilia. So the Aprilia's hunting them down as well. Hayden Clinton, Alex Duncan away through, Graham McAleese. We'll keep an eye. Whole gaggle of riders away through there. There's Dwayne Lewis, Michael Levy, Harry McAleese all in there. Still leading the production twins. Alex Duncan from Graham McAleese has now got the better of Jack Myers, up in behind Alex Duncan now. Nicky Burns still holding on to that 3rd place. It was Derek Vint that I think that didn't get off the line perhaps. So leaders through the chicane, and they're all side by side. They're just catching a slower rider there. Finn and Wardy, they all got through nice and safely there. Didn't seem to, nobody got an advantage in that one. As the rest of them come through the chicane then, the leaders coming out of the hairpin onto the front straight. Christian Elgin, Dean McMaster's a bit closer. 0.3 was the gap last time. It's now 0.2. Not an awful lot in it. Christian Elgin with a lap time of 1 minute .232. Dean McMaster 1 minute .113. So he's definitely on him now. He's going to be looking away past very soon, and he has to do it soon. 2 teammates down below us heading through, and that is Graham McAleese and Nicky Burns now up in behind Graham McAleese. Only a couple of machines ahead of Burns. What a ride so far there for the number 315 machine of Alex Duncan. So Christian Elgin, again, he gets really good drive out of the chicane. Dean McMaster just losing out a wee bit. Finn and Wardy is now in the slipstream, and Dean McMaster moves over to the right hand side. Does he think better of it again? I think he does. So Dean McMaster, a champion today on the brakes. Finn and Wardy can't seem to do anything about it and drops back a wee bit and Minute ran wide at the hairpin, the two of them. Christian Elgin across the line with the fastest lap of 59.6. Dean McMaster in second at 1 minute .0. Finn and Wardy at 1 minute .0. So it's all nip and tuck at the front. Oh, look at the riders coming. That was Keelan Smith, Lee Hara. Graham McAleese is in there as well. Nicky Burns dropping down, back down in 12th on the road, but still holding on to that third place. Back at the front end, still Christian Elgin from Dean McMaster and Finn Wardy. Finn Wardy's going to have to do something pretty quickly here. Another shout please for the lightweight Supersport and Supersport 300 and Moto 3 machines to the holding area. So here we go then. The leaders starting to split up now. Dara Vintner just in the middle of them. Still again, nobody seemed to have made any headway through there. No advantage made, no advantage gained. 3 laps to go then in this race. That was a 59, that was a 1 minute that time, Christian Elgin. Dean McMaster's best time of 59.9, Finn Wardy at 59.7. So Wardy is definitely on the charge these closing laps. Alex Duncan still holding on to the lead of the production twins. That was Harry McAleese making a move there up into 13th place. Oh, running way wide coming out of Deaders. One man not running wide, and that's Christian Elgin. Look at Finn Wardy, moves over the right hand side, and up into second place goes Finn Wardy, but is he able to hold it at the hairpin? Fog still coming down thick. It's starting to move up towards the start and finish line here. Christian Elgin, Finn Wardy again moves over to the left hand side. He's going to have to go up the inside of Dean McMaster into Deaders, and he does, and he makes it stick. His next victim then is Christian Elgin. What a lap there from Finn Wardy. So just half a second now to make up for Christian Elgin as they make their way through into Fisherman's. McAleese just dropping off the pace. He's at the back of that group now, but he moves over to the left hand side and again just tries to get the better. So the leaders already through the chicane and back out onto the back straight then. Finn Wardy and Christian Elgin are starting to pull away from Dean McMaster as they're up into the hairpin now. Out onto the front straight, it's still Christian Elgin, but only just Finn Wardy is on an absolute flare here. What's his lap time? The gap was half a second, it's now 0.4 of a second with a 59.7. So that's his personal best there. The last lap flag is out for this race. Last lap chance for Finn Wardy. That's the lightweight Supersport, Supersport 300 and Moto 3 machines. Please make your way to the holding area. So as we look back then to the leaders into the chicane, still as they were, Christian Elgin, Finn Wardy, Dean McMaster, but look at McMaster, he's closing them right back down again. He tried to get the drive out of the chicane, but it was Finn Wardy who's got the slipstream. Christian Elgin, is he going to go defensive? He does. Wardy goes over to the left hand side. Christian Elgin goes defensive. Dean McMaster follows him in as they disappear behind the buildings, coming out on the start and finish straight. It looks like it's going to be Christian Elgin then, but who's going to get second place? It's Finn Wardy, only just from Dean McMaster across the line. 0.2 of a second in third place. So now we're just waiting then for Alex Duncan, still leading the production class. So that's Jack Myers across the line there. Smith on the Aprilia. Here it is. Oh, so it's Graham McAleese who got the better of Alex Duncan across the line on the last lap. And his teammate Nicky Burns then falls in third place. 12th on the road, Harry McAleese then up into 13th. Another great race there across the line between the Super Twins and the Production Twins. Christian Elgin takes the win with a 59.6. Finn Wardy, what a great race there, held by Finn Wardy in second place. That's a 59.7 then for Wardy. Dean McMaster in third, only 0.27 of a second across the line. 59.9 for McMaster. Kevin Kenny in fourth. Michael Gillen in fifth. Hayden Clinton in sixth. Jack Myers in seventh. Kaelan Smith in eighth. Lee Hara in ninth. And winner across the line goes Graham McAleese in the Production Twins, followed by Alex Duncan in second. Nicky Burns in third. Harry McAleese in 13th place then. Dwan Lewis in 14th. Michael Dunleavy 15th. Shane Doran in 16th. Lee Mahillen in 17th. Kenny Martin 18th. Matthew Watson 19th. And Matthew Curry rounds up the top 20. So lightweight Supersport 300 and Moto 3 machines will be going out on track here very shortly for the second race of the day. So race 2 getting ready to go out on track now for their warm-up lap. Again, 3 different championships in this one race, so we'll try and keep up. Fastest in the lightweight Supersport was Jacques Foley, followed by Rory Creeth. Aidan Cleary in third. Fourth was Brendan Ryan. Fifth was Eamon McCune. Roy Wurst in sixth. Martin Halford then in seventh. Eighth was Chris Gray. Ninth was Adam Shields. The Moto 3s then, Matt Davison was fastest from Buster Sherman Boyd. Robert O'Neill. Gary Jordan in fourth. Ciara Cahoon in fifth. And Johnny Parker in sixth, of course. Split grids, the Moto 3 machines will start behind the Supersport machines. Supersport 300s, fastest was Max Wardy, followed by Bailey Dobson in second. Third was Owen Everard. Fourth, Jordan McGowan. Fifth was Dale Hyland. Sixth was Alana Mayer. Seventh was Joe Crossett. Marley Brown in eighth, and Mantis Sugdennis in ninth place. And then we have the TZ 250 Yamaha. I might be biased, but it may or may not be the best machine out on track. Love a 250. We TZ 250 Yamaha out on track with Pat Lee on board. Jacques Foley just taking up his grid position there, the number 76 machine. And then we will have Rory Creeth. And there he is, that new style Supersport 400 Kawasaki, a lovely looking outfit indeed. Max Wardy then, first of the Supersport 300s, very impressive, starting on the front row, as well as Bailey Dobson. So keep an eye on Aidan Cleary as well, just behind that group. His lap times, he wasn't too far off. Of course, like a lot of riders, it does take the race to get them going. Some of the bikes overheating already. It is a very, very warm day. Track temperature Track temperature 29.6 degrees now here at Kirkistown. Commentary booth temperature 300 degrees. As Kitty sorts them all out into their grid positions. Up next then is the Supersport Pro over 10 laps. So if the Supersport machines want to make their way to the holding area, and there's that wee T-Z 250 Yamaha just making his way. So the green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there from Jacques Foley and Roy Wurst as well. Or Roy Creeth, should I say. And now for the Moto 3 machines, Matt Davison on pole for this one. Watch the lights. On the limiter, away to go. Oh, good start there from Matt Davison. But look at Buster Sherman-Boyd on the Bitcoin machine. He's got the left, he's over the left-hand side, but Matt Davison does not lift his head off the tank for that one. Through Deaders, absolutely flat stick. So Supersport machines then already at the chicane. Of course, this will be over corrected time, and they do have their own championships to worry about. But if you're a motorcycle racer and you see another one in front of you, basic instinct is to get past them, so it doesn't matter who's who or what's what. But of course, they're all chasing points here this weekend. We're just looking to see where of the Supersport machines as they make their way back out and start finishing. Jacques Foley, and there's Rory Creeth in second, and there he is, Aidan Cleary, just like I thought. He's right up there with him. Billy Dobson in the mix there with Max Wardy. Billy leading, just about, still leading the Supersport 300 class, going through Deaders absolutely side by side, but I think Billy Dobson got the better of Max Wardy in that one. Through Colonials then, as the Moto 3 machines already passed. And again, just chasing down them lightweight Supersport machines, and just look how thick that fog is now. It's still 30 degrees track temperature, and you wouldn't think it doesn't look warm outside, but it is. It's very, very muggy indeed. So as they jostle for position then, it's the Supersport machines that are coming back on the start and finish straight. It is still Jacques Foley, and believe it or not, he's not French. The Southern rider in number 76 away through 104.3, straight into his qualifying times. He did a 104, he done one lap of 104 in qualifying, and he's now topping them screens once again. Roy Creeth a 105.0, Aidan Cleary a 105.3, so slightly off the pace there for Aidan Cleary, but he's not to worry, he still has them in their sights. Moto 3 machines then. Another call then please for the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. Go ahead, Kitty. Just a reminder too for all the riders, there's podium presentations after each of your race. So if you were lucky enough to get a top 3 in your class, please make your way straight to the podium and collect your trophy and your winnings, possibly. So Jacques Foley then faster again at 104.31. Roy Creeth still in second. Max Wardy still leading the Supersport 300 from Billy Dobson. Billy Dobson tucked right in behind him there. Third place is Owen Everard, a great third place there so far, and a good clear third place for Owen Everard. As the screens jump up and down, Matt Davison still leading, and miles of a lead he has in the Moto 3 class. Billy Dobson way through in second, third place. We're second, Moto 3, Buster Sherman-Boyd, just over 2 seconds back then in the Moto 3s. So a good lead for Matt Davison, and still faster again, 105.7, so faster so far every lap for Matt Davison. The amount of them coming through the chicane now, it's like a freight train of motorcycles. to make their way down the back straight. There's Roy West maybe making a wee move there up the inside. Aidan Cleary away through. A bit of a lonely third place now for Aidan. Max Wardy still ahead of Billy Dobson, but Billy Dobson doesn't seem to have given up too much. He's still tucked right in behind him, maybe waiting for a move. There's Matt Davis in the Moto 3 machine. On a massive lead back to Buster Sherman-Boyd, but a great sitting there at the minute in second place. There's that TZ 250 away through. Gary Jordan on the 125. So Gary Jordan up into 11th now, uncorrected time in the road. 4th of the Moto 3s at the minute. So Dale Hyland, Alana Mayer, Ciara Cahoon and Johnny Parker then all the way through. There's Jacques Foley away. You can hardly hear them machines going past. Roy Creath now. Again, here's Aidan Cleary then. Still a lonely third place, but still a third place. Another call, please, for the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. Supersport Pro machines to the holding area, please. So less than 3 laps to go with this race. There's Matt Davison then. Away through, so neat and tidy. I wonder where he got them riding styles from. I was seeing Barry earlier. I didn't get chatting to him, but I seen him heading into the chippy for some protein, no doubt. Jack Foley with the fastest lap again on 103.9. Rory Creath in second on 104.7. As we look back to the chicane, that's Aidan Cleary, so the leader's just coming out of the hairpin then. So there's Jack Foley. Faster again on 103.6. He's enjoying this wee machine this season. I think it came more or less as a surprise to him to be getting that ride. Aidan Cleary then across the line. So Max Wardy has now pulled the gap on Bailey Dobson. 1.1 seconds now it's up to. Gary Jordan getting well tucked in. He can still fairly get tucked in that wee 125. He enjoys riding the 600 as well. Some good results there at the beginning of the year. That's Bailey Dobson way through, still in second. Or Buster Sherman-Boyd up into 7th in the road and corrected time. It's second of the Moto 3s. Third of the Moto 3s is Robert O'Neill. Roy Worth still holding on to that 4th place in the lightweight Supersport class. So here we go, Jacques Foley. So last lap then for this race. So Supersport Pro machines to the holding area, please. We're still waiting. Aidan Cleary away. There's Aidan Cleary coming now. Maybe made a mistake somewhere because the Supersport 300 machines just behind him has caught back up. Max Wardy still in the lead, but look at Billy Dobson. Billy has caught right back up to Max Wardy now. He's looking away past. He moves over the left-hand side. You can't ride round the outside at Colonials. And he doesn't, so Wardy holds him off. And Billy Dobson runs a wee bit wide. So through goes the leaders then. That is Shaq Foley just breaking for the hairpin. A huge lead. You can see Roy Creath there in that 2nd place. And a huge lead back. But here he comes then out on the start and finish line. Jack Foley across the line. Takes the checkered flag. That's his first win of the weekend then. Rory Creath, what a result here for Rory Creath. Across the line, lightweight Supersport. There's Ciara Cahoon and Johnny Parker. So Ciara Cahoon getting the better of Johnny Parker across the line. And we'll have another look back. Oh, Aidan Cleary, Max Wardy holding off Bailey Dobson too. Bailey just didn't have enough in it at the end of that race. Matt Davison, what a result. Matt Davison takes a win in the Moto 3 class. Fourth there, Roy Worst in the Supersport 400. Owen Everard third in the Supersport 300. Buster Sherman Boyd across the line, second in the Moto 3 class. Third in the Moto 3 away through Robert O'Neill. Number 21 this time he's opted for in the Moto 3 class. Fourth was Gary Jordan. Fifth was Kirkistown, and sixth was Johnny Parker. So Shaq Foley wins the lightweight Supersport, followed by Rory Creeth. Third place then Aidan Cleary, 400 Roy Worst, and then we have fifth Brendan Ryan, 600 Martin Halford, number 6 in the lightweight Supersport 400 Martin Halford, and that was the 7th place then Eamon McKeown. 8th place was Chris Gray. Winner of the Moto 3 then was Matt Davison, followed by Buster Sherman Boyd and Robert O'Neill. 4th was Gary Jordan, and 5th was Kirkistown. Supersport 300 then, great win for Max Wardy, but it didn't come easy with Bailey Dobson right on his tail the whole way. Third place was third place was, Owen Everard, followed by Jordan McGahan, followed by Dale Hyland in 5th. 6th was Alana Mayer. So Supersport Pro machines out next for their first race of the day, and that will be followed by the Supersport Cup. So Supersport Pro at the holding area, ready to go for their 10-lap race. So that's the Supersport machine going out on track. And going by qualifying, this is going to be another clinker of our race. Graham Irwin on pole from Christian Elkin, Mark Conlon and AJ Carey then. So we have Ducati, Yamaha, Ducati, Honda on the front row. Kevin Canny in 5th. Gary Scott in 6th. Rob McCauley, first of the Cup riders then, lines up in 7th place. Daniel Matheson in 8th. Michael Gillen 9th. Second of the Cup riders, Ross Martin on the ZX6 machine, lines up in 10th. Warren Knowles in 11th. Lee Hara in 12th. William Donnelly in 13th. Simon McCullough in 14th. Alan Myers in 15th, Stephen Love 16th, Michael Carr in 17th. Lining up in 18th place then is Keelan Smith. 7th of the Cup riders then is Robert Waddell in 19th, and Gary Annan in 20th. So we'll see how these Ducatis perform. in this race. Huge grid of super sport machines. So lining up on the grid, we have 30 machines then. Kristen Boyle's in behind, Gary Annan, Don Gilbert, Jimmy Dixon, Jordan Larkin. So a big shout out, your mum's watching from Spain, Jordan. So big hello to Tina, and I hope it's raining over there. So great shooting there from Larkin in the cup class. Scott Clements in behind, Jack Cadwell, Graham Smallwoods, Paul Cranston, Michael Clyde, and Brandon Kavanagh. The number 10 machine, that Triumph, the Roadhouse Macau Triumph. Gary Scott lining up on his R6. Pretty more or less an old slipper now for Gary Scott. Next up then is the Supersport Cup class. If you can make your way to the holding area then. That's the Supersport Cup class to the holding area. This Supersport Pro just ready to get going. Kevin Canny, lovely Suzuki there, the number 32 machine. Just waiting then for the give him the go ahead at the back of the grid. A lot of chopping and changing going on here. I think that's Kitty. I think that's Stanley Stewart, is it? If Stanley waves the flag at you, any flagpole, you do what you're told. Oh, no, doing another lap now. We're going to have to do waiting too long. Engines are overheating. It's very muggy. It's humidity's high. So another warm-up lap then. Again, just have to remember a couple of machines not going to be able to get going now, unfortunately, after all that. So that's Kavanagh on the Triumph. And Paul Cranston on a ZX6 aren't going to be able to start this race. So that Roadhouse Macau Triumph getting parked up, unfortunately. There's not much visibility out there now. Literally can't see fishermen at all, but I'm sure from marshal to marshal, I'm sure they can see each other, which is the main thing. So try again then. Graham Irwin lines up on pole, Chris Nelgan alongside. There's AJ Carey, Daniel Matheson over there. Number 15 machine lining up in 8th place. Kevin Canny, Warren Knowles. Lee Hara just alongside Warren. There's William Donnelly. Brandon Kavanagh not happy with that result. So here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. Reds go up. Away they go. And again, that Ducati of Graham Irwin. Absolute rocket ship off the line. Mark Conlon just struggled there to get his Ducati off the line as they disappear into the fog, into the clouds of Kirkistown. Colonials 1, 2, I can only assume, and into Fisherman's Lane. We'll wait for them to emerge from the fog. You can see them entering the chicane now. So the silhouettes making their way back out through, and we'll soon see who's got the better. That looks like it is Graham Irwin then. So it's Graham Irwin. Mark Conlon redeemed himself after that awful start. Chris Nelkin in third place, and AJ Carey in fourth. Back up, breaking hard into the hairpin. Again, disappearing. That fog's just coming right up the track here. Here's Graham Irwin from Mark Conlon. Look at Chris Nelkin. Chris Nelkin moves over the right hand side. He may be lining up and a plan here. He doesn't want Graham Irwin to disappear with this race. Oh, Daniel Matheson. What has happened? Daniel Matheson, he's way back. He's way back in that group, dead last across the line. So at the hairpin, or at the chicane, coming out of Fisherman's. They are indeed. So it's still Graham Irwin from Mark Conlon. Chris Nelkin gets in the slipstream of that Ducati. There's nothing wrong with the speed of that Yamaha along side by side, alongside Mark Conlon. Up the inside at the hairpin, that disappear behind the buildings. Has he been able to make it stick? He has indeed. Chris Nelkin up into second place now, chasing down Graham Irwin. AJ Carey has all this ahead of him. Chris Nelkin with the fastest lap of 57.7 in second place. Graham Irwin at 57.8. The gap was 8.9 seconds. From Mark Conlon away through in third, chasing now Chris Nelkin, AJ Carey in fourth, Keevan County fifth, Gary Scott sixth, seventh is Rob McCauley, and leading the Cup class. Second of the Cup class is Ross Martin in second place, and Simon McCullough in third. So that's the Cup class then. We'll go back to the leaders of this race. Graham Irwin. Oh, the gap looks like it's down. Last time was 0.896 of a second. And he's already gapping Mark Conlon there too. So AJ Carey could be in with a shout of a podium here on the Honda. The Nose Racing Honda as they come back on the start and finish. Look at the gap. 0.89. It's down to 4.89 now. Fastest lap, Chris Nelkin at 57.0. Nearly half a second faster than Graham Irwin ahead of him. And again, just disappearing into the clouds here. Past the start and finish straight. So William Donnelly up into 11th place now. That's a 1 minute point 4. So the leading bunch in the 57s. Mark Conlon in a 58.0. AJ Carey in fourth at 58.3. Keevan County fifth at 58.7. Then we have Gary Scott first of the 59s. So the leader's Chris Nelkin. It looks like that gap has maybe sort of maintained a wee bit. Can Chris, does he have the advantage on the brakes with that Yamaha? We know how well these Yamahas turn in the corner. The Ducati has to be stood upright nearly before getting the power down. There's that much torque. 0.4 of a second is now 0.2 of a second. Again, fastest lap for Chris Nelkin. He's right on the tail of Graham Irwin now. Through Deaders. We just get to the end of Deaders and then we'll lose sight of them. Again, all that colour. Look at the gaggle of riders away through there. Robert Waddell, Stephen Love, Don Gilbert, Jimmy Dixon, Alan Myers, Michael Carr, Warren Knowles up in the 19th now. That was a 1 minute point 9 for Warren Knowles. So 1 minute from 8th place right down to 19th place. They're all running in 1 minute. 1 minute lap time. So that's very close. You can see how close it is. They're all bunched up together there. And there's not much really we could see there at the chicane as they come out. But the leaders are down below us once again. Oh, the gap is back up to 0.4 of a second. Another call, please, for Super Sport Cup riders to the holding area. That's Super Sport Cup riders to the holding area. So just hearing there that Lee Hara. So Lee Hara has retired out of this race. Rider is okay. So Lee Hara has retired out of this race. Ryder is okay. So again, just at the leaders, Christian Algan trying to get tucked into the slipstream of that magic bullet Ducati, and it's working for him. He's gaining ground on Graham Irwin, but does he want to pounce too early? Is he just playing the game here? Is he going to be able to do something maybe on the last lap? He doesn't have an awful lot of time left. 4 laps to go. Here he comes. Wow, out dragged the Ducati from the hairpin and round the outside of Graham Irwin at Deaders. That is nearly unheard of for the R6 Yamaha. Out dragging the Ducati. Absolutely nothing wrong with the speed of that Yamaha at all. But was he able to hold it as they're entering Colonials 1 and 2? All the way through there, Don Gilbert, Robert Waddell, Stephen Love having a good race there just behind Don Gilbert. Again, just I'm sure their sights. Oh, look at Christian Algan. He's already pulled the gap. He's already pulled the gap on Graham Irwin. Graham Irwin tries to draw him back in on the brakes. Out on the start and finish straight then. 0.2 then of a second. Here's AJ Curie. So AJ hasn't been able to make any moves or any advantage on Mark Conlon. Still in that 4th place for AJ Curie. Great result. So then, 2.5 laps to go of this race. There's William Donnelly. William Donnelly up into 10th place. Again, just chipping away, chipping away. He does this every weekend when he's racing. He just chips away. He gets faster and faster and faster. A 1:26 there for William Donnelly. There's Mark Conlon, AJ Curie still maintaining that gap back. So leaders coming out of the hairpin. Oh, it's Graham Irwin. So Graham Irwin back in the lead of this race. Chris Nalgan in 2nd place. So Chris Nalgan maybe making a mistake somewhere. Graham Irwin, although that was his best time there, 57.1 for Irwin. But Christian Algan, his best lap, a 56.9 compared to that, a 57.6. So maybe just run a wee bit wide. It doesn't take an awful lot to throw you off. So we're waiting for the leaders then. Has he pulled anything on Christian? He has indeed. So Christian Algan just dropping off Graham Irwin. Now we're going to be going on to the last lap now as they're breaking into the hairpin. Christian Algan's so good on the brakes, and we've all seen that over the years with the results. Christian Algan at the Northwest 200. Here's the last lap now then. Graham Irwin still in the lead, but only just. Christian Algan has closed right back up with him again. Is he toying with Graham Irwin here in this race? Christian Algan trying to just about see them there at Colonials 1. Look, Elke was going to make a move up the inside, but I think Graham Irwin just closed the door on him. So last lap then, Supersport Cup class. Can you please make your way to the holding area? That's the Supersport Cup machines to the holding area. So here comes the leaders then. They've got themselves in the mix with slower riders too. There's Alan Mayers on the Slemish Water Suzuki. Oh, Christian Algan up the inside there, over the right hand side of Graham Irwin. Has he been able to hold it? But at the hairpin as it disappear again into the fog, out on the start and finish straight. Oh, it's Graham Irwin then that's going to take the Supersport win here at Kirkistown. Christian Algan has to settle for 2nd place. He just didn't have it at the hairpin. Graham Irwin with the fastest lap on the last lap of 56.9. Mark Conlon away through in 3rd. There's AJ Curie. Great result in 4th place. Kevin Canny up into 5th now from Gary Scott then. Of course, Kevin Canny with a penalty there, running through the chicane and didn't stop in the stop box. So straight through the chicane. Very controversial, these stop boxes. But Rob McCauley in 6th, Kevin Canny in 7th. Oh, okay, across the line, going far too quick for me to see who that was, but it's Michael Gilbert, Michael Gillen, and Gilbert, McCullough, Knowles, and Waddell all across the line at the same time. So again, great result there for the Magic Bullet team, with Graham Irwin taking the win on the Ducati, 56.9. Chris Nelgan with a 56.9. So numbers 32, 66 have 10-second penalties in that one. Just seeing there, 66, just running through the stop box at the chicane. But a fantastic result there for Graham Irwin, Chris Nelgan 2nd, Mark Conlon 3rd, AJ Carey in 4th, just sitting back, comfortable 4th that whole race. Thought he was going to maybe get into the mix there with Mark Conlon. I think Mark just maintained that gap. He wanted that last step of the podium. AJ just feeling comfortable on that Honda now. Gary Scott then and promoted to 5th place. Rob McCauley then, winner of the Super Sport Cup class. Kevin Canny in 7th. Ross Martin 2nd of the Cup class. Then we have Michael Gillen in 9th. Don Gilbert 3rd of the Cup class. Loads of Cup riders in this one today. 4th of the Cup class was Simon McCullough. Warren Knowles up into 12th. Robert Waddell 13th. 5th Cup rider. 6th Cup rider Michael Carr. 7th Cup rider was Stephen Love. So again, great results there. So the Super Sport Cup machines out next before we go on our lunch break. And hopefully after lunch or during lunch, this fog will lift. So there's the klaxon now as the machines get ready to go out onto the track. So that's the Super Sport Cup machines out on track now. And what a result here for Joey Hennessy on pole for the young rider. Patrick Lee in 2nd, Brett McCallum in 3rd, Andy Farrell in 4th. So it's Karate Kid style. Andy Farrell, the veteran, in behind. William Young then in 5th. Gary Jordan in 6th. There's Crompton 7th. Lee Hillen lines up in 8th place. Ezra Clark lines up in 9th. Mark McGowan 10th. Ross Quinn in 11th. Gareth Dunlop in 12th. Stuart Haitian in 13th. Gareth McConnell in 14th. Albert Pinder in 15th. Keith O'Brien in 16th. 17th is Dean Graham, followed by Barry Gostin. James Porter in 19th and Nathan Mile in 20th. That 316 machine there of Ezra Clark. Very similar to the Taz Suzuki of the days. That's the Taz racing that I remember. Anyway, Joey Hennessy on pole with the Yamaha. Concentrating, looking down, looking chilled. He's keeping himself calm. Andy Farrell. Just waiting patiently. I think he's getting a wee bit impatient here with these machines. Track temperatures dropped a wee bit with that fog just running across us here. 27 degrees. The track temperature hasn't dropped in here anyway, but the green flag is go. They're told to watch the lights. Oh, the way they go. Oh, Joey Hennessy, a great start, but look at Andy Farrell cutting across the front of him there. So Andy Farrell gets the whole shot in this Supersport Cup class as they jostle their way through and disappear once again into the fog. But it was Andy Farrell who got the whole shot in that one. He looked keen, he looked eager. And he's showing the young ones how to do it here. Wait for them emerging again out of the chicane. And we'll just look for the black and orange glisten. Well, not so much glisten in this weather, but of Andy Farrell. It is Andy Farrell. So Andy Farrell in the lead then from Joey Hennessy in second. I'm not sure whether that was that Patrick Nee maybe in that third place. So back at the hairpin on the start and finish for the first time in this race. That is Andy Farrell across the line from Hennessy. Patrick Nee, Brett McCallum then, William Young. Good start there from William Young up into 5th place. Ezra Clark, impressive there, up into 6th then for Ezra. Lewis Crompton 7th. Mark McGowan in 8th. Dean Graham 9th. Ross Quinn in 10th place. Albert Pinder in 11th. Cracker start there for Andy Farrell. And his Andy Farrell racing page will be going mad, no doubt, if he can just hold on to this one. But the young, eager Joey Hennessy chasing him down. Andy's opening a wee bit of a gap. He got good drive out of the chicane. Wee bit of movement on that ZX6 machine for Andy Farrell. Looks like the back end sliding a wee bit, but it could be a soft setup, a typical road racer style setup. We like to keep the bikes very soft, and so we can feel them moving about, especially at Andy's age. So across the line then. Oh, Brett McCallum posting the fastest lap of 102.5. Andy Farrell 103.0. So he's going to be under pressure very shortly here by Brett McCallum. If only he can get past Patrick Nee. And Joey Hennessy running there a 103.4. Andy Farrell a 103.0, which Andy's pulling away from Joey Hennessy. But Brett McCallum has to do something quick. He doesn't want Andy Farrell running away with this one. Young Katie Clint back again. Loves the racing, Clint family. Great to see them here. Andy Farrell, he is opening that gap, but I'm not sure whether Brett McCallum, McCallum making a move up the inside, was he? Running wide. We'll see what the gap and what the lap time is. 2 seconds from Andy Farrell as he crosses the line. There's Patrick Nee. Brett McCallum, he's under pressure now. A 103 that time, so he tried to get up the inside and he just got pushed a wee bit wide and lost a lot of time, but he has to get back in that rhythm. Great racing further back there too. Ross Quinn, Barry Goss and Gareth Dunlop up into 15th place now as he crosses the line. Gareth McConnell, Stuart Heaton in 18th there. Daniel Breen in 20th at the minute. That looked like a Parker Racing Yamaha way through there. So there's the leaders out of the chicane then. Looks like Patrick Nee is actually closing the gap now on the pair of them out the front. So Andy Farrell is really going to struggle here on these closing laps. As they come on the start and finish then, across the line, 4 laps to go in this race. Patrick Nee is closing indeed, and he's right up behind Joey Hennessy, so he's running a wee bit wide. He lost all the drive through Deaders there. He just tucked into Deaders far too early, and he had to shut off on the exit. So Patrick Nee losing a lot of ground on Joey Hennessy, but he did post the fastest lap. So Patrick Nee a 102.124 compared to Brett McCallum's best of 102.481. So Patrick was definitely on a charge there that lap, and he just caught up to Joey Hennessy a wee bit faster than what he thought he was going to through Deaders. Out of the chicane then. Oh, Joey Hennessy was right on Andy Farrell there. So Andy Farrell, is he going to be able to hold him off on the brakes? Oh, look at Patrick Nee then. He's right on the back end again of Joey Hennessy. Joey Hennessy really pushing hard, but he's losing a wee bit of drive. Didn't lose much drive out in the hairpin that time round. Joey Hennessy posting the fastest lap, down in a 101 now. And so's Patrick Nee. And then Brett McCallum's taking the fastest lap again, 101.4 for Brett in 4th place. He's closing the gap down now from Andy Farrell. It's 1.9 seconds and 1.5 to Patrick Nee. But he has to get a move on now. He has to make a move quick. He has to upset the apple cart. If he pushing himself, pushing the front end a wee bit harder. Again, just disappearing behind that mist and fog. Oh, who's this in the lead? It's Joey Hennessy's in the lead of this race now. Andy Farrell demoted to 2nd place. So Joey Hennessy has bit the screen, and he's opened up a gap already on Andy Farrell. But is he going to be able to hold it now that he has no one to follow? It's the brakes into the hairpin for the first time when you're leading this race. And he makes it stick, no problem at all there for Joey Hennessy. William Young has joined the party now. So William Young, fastest lap of 1 minute .812. So the number 988 has posted the fastest lap of this race, and he's right on the back end of Brett McCallum. So again, just squinting to see them coming out of the chicane then. Oh, Joey Hennessy's running away with this one now. He's about a 2-second gap now on Andy Farrell. Coming on to the start and finish. Andy Farrell looked like he was going to be under pressure there from Patrick Nee. Out on this. Oh, Joey Hennessy is close. It was Patrick on the brakes. Absolute demon on the brakes. So he's close up on Joey Hennessy now. So here we go then. Last lap of this race. William Young that time round a 101.5. Ezra Clark across the line, just the back of that group there. Lee Hillen getting the better of Ezra. Gareth Dunlop up into 13th place now. Gareth Dunlop at 104.2. Looking back then at the leaders. So once again, Joey Hennessy has opened up that gap. So he seems to have the advantage down round Colonials and Fishermen's. And it's just the brakes there on at the hairpin, but the checkered flag then. So here we go then. Joey Hennessy on the Yamaha takes the checkered flag, takes the win from Patrick Nee, Brett McCallum, Andy Farrell. What a run for Andy. And he had to settle for 4th place off the podium. That was looking like a strong race for him, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. Lewis Crompton, a good result there for Crompton in 6th. Lee Hillen in 7th. Ezra Clark in across the line in 8th. So Gary Jordan. I'm just hearing there. I was looking for him there, but So unfortunately, William Young had a wee slip off of the hairpin. So William Young just going so well in that race, and he's just slipped off at the hairpin. The rider is up, and he's okay. So just if anyone's wondering where he is up and okay. But Joey Hennessy, what a great win there. Great tactics there from Joey. Patrick Nee and Brett McCallum. Looked like Brett McCallum was going to be getting the better of the whole lot of them when he posted that fastest lap. But the rest of them followed suit. Good result there for Gary Jordan as well in that 5th place at 101.9. Commentary to race control. We've got lunch times when to be back. Okay guys, great racing once again here. So that's the first 4 races of the programme. And we're going to go on our lunch break now. So if everyone can be on their post, please, for 1 o'clock. Back on their post for 1 o'clock. And we can get back into racing for the SBT Ireland Superbike Pro Race. That's a 10-lapper. So everyone back on their post for 1. And we can get things rocking here pretty quickly.
Brapmoto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motorshocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brapmoto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brapmoto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits. Brapmoto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motorshocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brapmoto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brapmoto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
Attention paddock. Could all race personnel please return to their positions? All personnel please return to their positions. So we're going to get things up and running here pretty soon, folks. So if the rest of the Superbikes want to make their way. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you all enjoyed your lunch at the Pit Lane Cafe here. They always do a great feed. And if you're only joining us, welcome to round 5 of the Ulster Superbike Championship here at Kirkistown. We've had great qualifying sessions. We've had 4 great races so far. And we're aiming for a lot more. Here, Superbikes up next. They're making their way to the holding area now. That's the SBT Ireland Superbike race. So the clock, of course, just doing inspection lap at the minute, so it won't be long until we get things up and running here. A couple of minutes max. So if the rest of the Superbikes want to make their way to the holding area, please. So it looks like everyone's in position now. The Crocker, of course, making his way back down the start and finish straight. And it looks like we're all good to go for this Superbike race. So on pole for this one then is Derek Shields on the Roadhouse Macau BMW. And a great last minute dash there for Derek, a 55.1 qualifying time. Out qualifying Johnny Campbell. Johnny trying a few things throughout that qualifying session. He was in and out a few times and he done a fantastic lap there of a 55.5 for second place. Carl Phillips, a surprise change of machinery this weekend for Carl Phillips. He's riding the SBT. This is the title sponsor, championship title sponsor as well. Superbike. That's the SBT Ireland ZX10. So Carl lines up in third place with a 55.773. Ross Irwin on the Honda, the Magic Bullet machine, a 56.6. That's the klaxon being sounded there, so the tyre warmers will be removed from the machines and they'll soon be out for the warm-up lap. Ryan Gibson lines up in the second row in fifth place in the Gibson Motors BMW 56.6 qualifying time. Dean McMaster on the RNI Kawasaki in sixth place. Daniel Matheson lines up in seventh in the LMLR BMW with a 56.8. Times are so close there. So 55 to 56 covering the first seven riders. 56.7. The first 10 actually with Mark Hewitt with a 57.8. Andrew Wardy then line up in 8th place with a 57.1. Carl McGowan in 9th on the UTR1 Wedding Cars Yamaha, the 57.6. Mark Hewitt in 10th with the Dent Boy Limited BMW, 57.8. Then we'll have Jordan McCord on the AJM Honda, a 58.0, followed by the first of the Cup riders then, Alex Duncan. So there's the machines going out on track now for their warm-up lap. So we have first of the Cup riders then is Alex Duncan on the FB Motor Suzuki, a 58.1. Aaron Abbott in 13th on the Abbott Transport Suzuki, a 58.4. The times are so close here. And there he is, the man himself, Nicky Burns. So Nicky Burns lining up in 14th place on the McKillop Motorcycle Suzuki with a 59.4. Jonathan McKelvey on the Yamaha with a 59.7. Graham McAleese, the second of the McKillop Motorcycles Suzukis with a 59.9. Johnny Allen with a 1 minute .2 lines up in 17th. And then we have Damien Carson in 18th. On the BTR Racing Yamaha, a 1 minute .7. So the next race up then is the pre-injection 600s and the Superbike Cup class. If you want to make your way to the holding area, please. That's the pre-injection 600 and the Superbike Cup to the holding area. So the Superbike's just lining up on the grid now. Mark Hewitt there, making sure he's within the line. Johnny Campbell lining up there in second place. Derek Shields on the Roadhouse Macau BMW. Again, it's great to see Carl Phillips back, but the green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there for Derek Shields and Carl Phillips. So Carl Phillips with a whopper of a start, but Derek Shields gets the whole shot. Johnny Campbell again struggling with that BMW, getting it off the line. You could see the clutch just snapping there as he tried to drag it out.
Just caught grip and lifted the front wheel. And that drops Johnny way back the field, but I'm sure he'll not be long catching it up again.
So through the chicane then, the go. That's Carl Phillips is in the lead from Derek Shields. Ryan Gibson, look at Johnny Campbell up the inside of Ryan Gibson. Can he do it on the brakes? Oh, he does indeed. Is he going to run deep? Gibson might head back up the inside of Johnny Campbell. Oh, Campbell holds it then out on the start and finish straight. It is Carl Phillips from Derek Shields, Johnny Campbell, Ryan Gibson, Daniel Madsen, Andy Wardy, Ross Irwin all the way through there. Mark Hewitt now up into 8th place. Alex Duncan leading the cup class once again. Damien Carson second of the cup riders. Third was Johnny Allen and Jonathan McKelvey in 4th. But the leaders, Carl Phillips, Derek Shields and Johnny Campbell. Ryan Gibson just getting stuffed up the inside there at the hairpin, and he's getting left behind a wee bit here. Ryan Gibson out onto the back straight then. Johnny's pushing that BMW hard as they enter the hairpin once again. The two McKillop motorcycle racing machines side by or together again. Out on the white line, Carl Phillips just trying to keep that Kawasaki front end down. Three deaders to go then. It's still Phillips further down the field. Aaron Abbott, Graham McAleese, Johnny Allen and Damien Carson having a good battle there. All bunched up together through Colonials 1. Back at the leaders then, Carl Phillips. Derek Shields looks like he's closing him back up again. So Derek's getting into the groove on his BMW. Carl Phillips just struggling to keep the front end of that Kawasaki down on the floor. Wee bit easier with the BM, with the wings at the front of that BMW. There's no need to drag the back brake just as much, and it keeps the force down on the front, especially when you're braking into these hairpins. You can see again just lifting that wee bit. There's Ryan Gibson away through. Derek Shields now with the fastest lap. So Derek Shields posting a 54.979. Carl Phillips a 55.2. So we'll wait until they make their way through Fisherman's. So here we go then. It's still Carl Phillips, but Derek Shields is right with him now. They seem to be dropping off Johnny Campbell that wee bit. We'll look at the gap this next time. Good drive there from Derek Shields. He's in the slipstream of that SBT Ireland Kawasaki, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Derek Shields sits up a wee bit earlier than Carl Phillips does. Does Carl run a wee bit deep? Is he going to run wide on the exit of the hairpin? Coming on the start and finish, right out to the white line and a wee bit more. You can see where he's just shuts it off just whenever the front wheel lifts. He's nearly like it's giving another gear. And again with the Hondas, they're struggling with that front end. But it's still Phillips from Shields, Campbell, Gibson. Great run there for Carl McGahan, the number 2 machine, the Yamaha in 5th place. That was a 57.3 that time round for McGahan. Mark Hewitt up into 7th now. The leader's Derek Shields looking like he's getting impatient now. He's a wee bit closer than what he was the last lap. Will he hold out? Carl Phillips a wee bit earlier on the brakes that time round. Shields follows him in. Drags back out then on the start and finish straight. Wee bit of movement there from the back wheel of the Kawasaki. Knowing Carly wouldn't have even felt it. Derek Shields is right on him now. He moves over the right hand side at Colonials 1. and tucks in behind him again. He gets real good drive. He reckons he can get him on the brakes at the hairpin, so he'll just hold off. 4.5 laps left of this race then. So the Praying Jacksons and Superbike Cup, you make your way to the holding area. That's Praying Jackson Superbike Cup. Still leading the cup class, Alex Duncan from Jonathan McCleggy. McKelvey up in the second place. Damien Carson in third. Fourth is Johnny Allen. So Johnny Campbell is starting to drop back into the clutches of Ryan Gibson now on the Gibson Motors BMW. Oh, Corey Phillips is pushing hard here, and Derek Shields can see it. So Shields' best time at 54.9. Corey Phillips' best time at 55.2. The two of them have slowed down ever so slightly. Carl's still pretty consistent there, but Derek Shields at 55.4. So Derek has at least another half a second in him. Is he holding back? Is he waiting? 3.5 laps to go in this race then. Is he just waiting to pounce as they come out of the chicane, out on the start, back straight? I'm tripping over everything here, but in the slipstream then. Derek Shields moves over to the right hand side, on the brakes, into the hairpin, and it disappeared. Looks like Shields has it then, going on to the start and finish, does he? He does indeed. It's the Mackay Roadhouse machine. Derek Shields in the lead then. Carl Phillips has to stay close to him. He can't make any mistakes. He has to stay with him to at least the last lap, and he might get the opportunity to take a lunge. Carl McGahan away through there. We're just down into 6th place. Andy Wardy in behind him. Back at the leaders then. In through the chicane, it's still Derek Shields, but Carl Phillips is right with him. This is going to be a good lap time here for Carl Phillips. He has to get tucked into the back end of that BMW. Look at the speed of that machine of Derek Shields. Johnny Campbell has started to open the gap back on Ryan Gibson again. So Ryan just dropping back a wee bit, and that's exactly what Johnny Campbell wants. Here we go then. Look at the lap time. Oh, 55.5. Then slightly slower there for Derek Shields. He hasn't bit the screen just yet. Ryan Gibson away through there, 56.3. Oh, Carl McGahan, Andrew Wardy getting the better of him this time round, up into 5th place. Mark Hewitt into 7th place, 57.5. So here we go then, back coming out of the chicane. Derek Shields is open. He's got good drive out of the chicane there, and Carl Phillips has to make it all up on the brakes then. He's given himself an awful lot of work to do here. At the hairpin then, can he get good drive? Can he get onto the back of Shields? He's a wee bit closer this time round, so the gap 0.2. What can he do on this last lap? Praying Jackson Machines and Superbike Cup, please, to the holding area. This is the last lap of this SBT Ireland Superbike race. Looks like a lonely 3rd place there for Johnny Campbell, but he'll be happy to pick up these points. Oh, a good battle here. It was Carl McGahan has got the better of Andy Wardy once again in this lap, but Wardy still hugging on to the back of him. Alex Duncan still leading, and he's up into 8th place now. Oh, back at the leaders, down the back straight, past the pit lane cafe, braking for the hairpin for the last time in this race, and they look like they're side by side. Who's going to emerge in the lead? Oh, it's Derek Shields, only just Derek Shields across the line, side by side. Shields takes the win. Carl Phillips gave it absolutely everything there across the line, but it just wasn't enough. Derek Shields takes the win by an absolute whisker across the line from Carl Phillips. In 2nd, Johnny Campbell in 3rd. Ryan Gibson, oh, big wheelie there from Andy Wardy across the line from Carl McGahan in 6th. But Ryan Gibson, he didn't want to get involved in that. But again, picking up the points there in 4th place, Andrew Wardy in 5th, Carl McGahan 6th. Great battle between them two. Mark Hewitt then in 7th, Ross Irwin in 8th, Alex Duncan. That was Jordan McCord and Aaron Abbott having a great battle again this weekend. Alex Duncan then winner of the Cup class. Jordan McCord in 10th, Aaron Abbott 11th, Nicky Burns in 11th and 12th, Jonathan McKelvey 2nd of the Cup Riders in 13th, and Damien Carson 3rd of the Cup Riders. Fastest lap then, Derek Shields with a 54.979. Another great result, and he'll be happy with that. He'll be bringing that into race 2 with plenty of confidence. Next up then, pre-injection machines and the Superbike Cups. You see most of them are already in the holding area. So the machine's already out on track. Again, conveyor belt style, getting these machines out. Warm-up lap. We'll get things moving here. Lovely R1 there. And I do believe that's Robert Toner's machine. It is indeed. So lining up on the grid then, pole position, Jonathan Gregory from Tom Oliver in 2nd, Keith Richardson in 3rd, Darren Grady in 4th, Michael Press in 5th, Tom Nicol in 6th, Almantas Montives 7th of the Superbike Cup, Ian Wardy in 8th, Aaron McCann 9th, and 10th is Keith Byrne. First of the pre-injection 600 machines then. Split grids once again here. Ronan Cosgrave, followed by Vincent Long and Paul Demain in 3rd. David Creeth in 4th. Mervyn Griffin 5th. Richard Hyland in 6th. Jake Crean in 7th. Robert Toner then 8th. 9th is Liam Concannon. And Ian Lynch in 10th. That's how they're lining up. Superbikes go first, and the pre-injection machines then will go second. Okay, the green flag then is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, nearly a disaster there off the line, but it looked like Jonathan Gregory got a good start. So here we go then. The Praying Jackson machines. Told to watch the lights, and away they go. Oh, Cosgrave have a good start there, but it looked like Fencing Long maybe with the whole shot as they head into Datters. Someone just struggling to get off the line there, backfiring a wee bit, maybe an issue with the machine. Fingers crossed it clears itself for the race. So, Superbikes then. They're at the chicane. We're keeping an eye on Tom Oliver. He had a good weekend last weekend. And it looks like it's going to be another good one this weekend. Superbikes down past the back straight. And the Praying Jackson machines in through the chicane. So here come the Superbikes then. Out on the start and finish. It is Tom Oliver from Darn Grady, Keith Richardson, Tom Nicol, Almontes Monteves, Ian Wardy all the way through there, Aaron McCann, Jonathan Gregory, Michael Press and Keith Byrne. So Ronan Cosgrave then leading the way in the Praying Jackson machine. Vincent Long in second place. Third is Mervyn Griffin. Fourth is Paul DeMain. David Creeth then in fifth. Richard Hyland in sixth. Liam Concannon in seventh place. So back again, Superbikes. Tom Oliver holding off Darren Gardy. On the start and finish straight. Oh, big moment there from Gardy. Tom Oliver then. Keith Richardson, no it's not, it's Tom Nicol who posts the fastest lap. A 1 minute .552. Almontes Monteves just in behind a 1 minute 1. The Praying Jackson machines then. Ronan Cosgrave. He's just starting to disappear a wee bit, but keep an eye out on Paul DeMain. We all know it sometimes it just takes a wee bit for him to get going. And Paul DeMain there in second place. That was a 102.8 with the 600s of the Praying Jackson machines. So the Superbikes already through the back straight and starting to break for the hairpin already. So Tom, he's not getting it all his own way here. Gaggerty's right on him, even still. And he can just keep the front end of that Kawasaki. It seems to be a Kawasaki thing today, just struggling to keep. Of course, you don't want to shut off either because you're losing all that power. Tom Nicol with the fastest lap this time, a 59.9 for Tom Nicol. Praying Jackson machines then. Oh, look at Paul DeMain. So Paul DeMain's closing in now on Cosgrave. And he's so smooth there, Paul DeMain. Nice drive out of Datters. Now back to Tom Oliver then. He is under pressure here. But he uses the power of that big R1 and he gets it down nice and level. So keep an eye again, Keith Richardson. He's looking fast, he's looking menacing on that machine. On the start and finish then, the Kawasaki. Oh, it's all changed again here. So Tom Nicol up into second place. He did post the previous lap, posted the fastest lap. So gap 0.2 of a second. We'll keep an eye on, oh, Richardson. Richardson up the inside of Gardy there into Colonials 1. Already breaking into Fisherman's. The rest of the machines working their way through. So the Superbikes in through the chicane and pouring out. It's still Tom Oliver that's in the lead of this race, but only just was Tom Nicol. But look at Richardson. We had this before with this last year with Richardson. He just seemed to come out of nowhere, worked his way up, chipped away, fastest lap, So we'll keep an eye on him this time round. Oh, Richardson back down to 4th place then. Didn't seem to get any drive out of the chicane, or out of the hairpin there. And he just hugged the pit wall the whole way around. It was near as if he was letting them pass. There was something wrong with the bike. But he's still circulating. So Paul Demain then, there he is, in the lead of this Prain Jackson, but Cosgrave still right with him. Cosgrave moving over the right hand side. Is he going to try and make? He does indeed. So Cosgrave up the inside of Colonial's 1, but he runs wide and he cuts the nose from Paul Demain. So Paul has to set up and he's lost all the drive coming out of Colonial's 2. So heading for the chicane, the Prain Jackson machines, but the Superbikes. Oh, the Superbikes, it's Tom Nicol across the line. Tom Oliver then in second. Nicol with 59.978 that time round. Tom Oliver 1 minute 0.6. So a good time difference there between Nicol and Oliver. So Nicol's going to bite the screen now. We'll get Moto 1 machines then to the holding area. That's Moto 1 machines to the holding area, please. Cosgrave still ahead of Paul Demain there, but only just. As the Superbikes make their way through the chicane and coming up the slower riders now, so this is going to make it a lot more difficult. Almantas Monteves, they're in a lonely 5th place, but he'll be over the moon there with that 5th place. So the Superbikes coming through then. It is still Tom Nicol, Tom Oliver, Darren Garkey, Keith Richardson, Almantas Monteves, Jonathan Gregory across the line there, getting well used to this ZX10 machine. Oh, big move there. Ian Wardy just cutting the nose off Aaron McCann there into Deaders. So that's the last lap flag is out in this race. There's Ronan Cosgrave. He's pulling away from Paul Demain now in this Prain Jackson race. Vincent Long in 3rd. Mervyn Griffin 4th. Still Liam Concannon in 5th. But the Superbikes then heading back to the hairpin. The checkered flag then being ready as the rest of them going through the chicane. So here, Tom Nicol then. Tom Nicol, a surprise win. Oh, across the line it was Darren Garkey that took 2nd place from Tom Oliver. Just across the line. Where did he come from? Tom was not expecting that one. I'm sure he thinks he's got 2nd place there, but it's Darren Garkey who got 2nd from Tom Oliver. Keith Richardson in 4th. Almantas Monteves in 5th. We'll look back at the Prain Jackson machines then. Oh, look at Paul Demain caught right back up with Cosgrave again, but it wasn't to be. Cosgrave takes the win. Paul Demain 2nd. Vincent Long in 3rd. Mervyn Griffin then in 4th place. What a result there. Next up then, Moto 1 machines. See, they're all lining up. They're all eager to go, ready for their race. So Tom Nicol then for the win from Darren Garkey. Surprise there on Tom Oliver. So Tom Oliver 3rd. Absolutely nothing in at all. 0.036 across the line. Keith Richardson 4th. Almantas Monteves in 5th. Jonathan Gregory 6th. Aaron McCann 7th in the Superbikes. Ian Wardy 8th in the Superbikes. Prain Jackson machines then. Ronan Cosgrave takes the win from Paul Demain. Vincent Long in 3rd. Mervyn Griffin 4th. Robert Toner then winner of the 1000cc Prain Jackson. 5th was Liam Concannon. 6th was Jake Crean. 7th David Creeth. Richard Hyland in 8th. Keith Byrne 9th. Michael Press. Then Keith Byrne 18th in the Superbikes. 19th then, but 9th overall. Ian Lynch then 20th on the road and 9th of the pre-injection machines. So here we go then, the Moto 1 machines out on track. For their first race of the day. This is race 7 in your programs. And again, another 8-lapper. So Hubert Tomaszewski dominated qualifying with a 1:10.3 to put him on pole. Harley Smith in second place with a 1:13.0. Ocean Walsh in third. Walsh with a 1:13.1. William Graham in fourth, a 1:13.5. David Scott in fifth with a 1:14.5. So the times again so close here in this race. Joel Herr in sixth with a 1:14.8, and Ciara Cahoon in seventh with a 1:15.9. And Brandon Kennedy, hopefully Brandon was able to get out in this one. Retired at Colonials during the qualifying session. So we'll keep a wee eye out for that one. So it looks like the sun's starting to come out just a wee tad here. Tomaszewski then lining up on pole from Harley Smith. There's William Graham on the Toyota machine. Joel Hurd taking his position in sixth place on the second row, alongside Ciara Cahoon, and Kennedy is getting out. So the green flag is being waved then at the back. They're told to watch the lights. Reds go up. Kennedy a wee bit eager there, get away. And away they go. Tomaszewski getting away there. Oh, Graham with an awful start, stalled it on the line, unfortunately. So, such bad luck there for William Graham. But eventually getting away. So Tomaszewski then. Will Harley Smith be able to hold on to the back of Hubert as they make their way into Fisherman's? And we can actually see Fisherman's now, which is great. And then into the chicane, it is Tomaszewski. That looks like Smith will know better when the come past is here. So out onto the back straight. Tomaszewski already stretching that lead. Ciara Cahoon in fourth. Seventh place there, looks like Joel Hurd. So good start there for Ciara Cahoon as well. Out on the start and finish line then. It is Hubert Tomaszewski, well tucked into that machine. And across the line, Harley Smith, Walsh holding on to Smith this time. Ciara Cahoon, William Graham, David Scott and Joel Hurd across the line. Oh, it was Kennedy that didn't get off the line. So apologies there to William Graham. Kennedy was just struggling to get off the line. Hubert through Fisherman's End into the chicane. And it looks like Smith still ahead of Walsh, but only just the two of them are going to get at it here very, very shortly. And a good battle further back there too. Kirkistown, William Graham, David Scott and Joel Herr still in that order. Only just Joel was looking away up the inside of Scott. Scott closed the door on him on the exit of the chicane. And Joel in the slipstream now. Kirkistown pushing hard into that hairpin, but it's just not enough on the brakes. Runs a wee bit wide on the entrance of the hairpin too. So here we go then. Smith. Walsh a wee bit closer now. Walsh in the slipstream. Absolutely flat out through deaders here on these machines. As the bibs flap in the wind. Next up then, sidecars. So the sidecars could make their way to the holding area, please. That's the sidecar outfits to the holding area. Brandon Kennedy. Having issues with that machine, maybe just shutting off a wee bit there. But still progressing fantastically. Oh, move there. Who is that into the chicane? It's Joel Herr. So round the outside of David Scott and up the inside on the exit of the chicane. So Joel Herr, just losing a wee bit of drive out of the chicane. David Scott is back at him now, over to the right hand side and on the brakes into the hairpin. So Scott back ahead of Herr now. So Harley Smith not able to do anything, just hold off Walsh at the minute. But is Walsh waiting for a last minute dive once again? There's William Graham, Kirkistown, David Scott, Joel Herr away through. So again, keeping an eye on them at the chicane. Hubert Tomaszewski with the fastest lap, 1:10.2. Harley Smith a 1:12.8. Walsh a 1:12.9. Graham with a 1:13.4. Not a million miles away. Kennedy on the town way through below us here. We'll keep an eye on. Further back then, you can see that luminous blue and yellow machine. Still dicing away. Oh, ahead of Kirkistown now. So he's got ahead. Joel Herr ahead of David Scott and Kirkistown on that one lap between Fisherman's and the chicane. He mustn't have used the brakes at all, but into the hairpin then. So there's Smith and Walsh away through. Walsh still struggling. Smith looks like he's actually opening up a wee bit of a gap. But look at Joel Herr. Joel Herr is ahead of this group now. The Tanda of Kirkistown and David Scott just in behind. Absolutely flat out through Colonials. Into Fisherman's then. We'll go back to the chicane. Tomaszewski already passing the pit lane cafe. So Walsh is closed right up with Smith now once again. So Walsh is in the slipstream now of Harley Smith. Is he going to be able to do anything on the brakes? Smith is so good on the brakes into the hairpin. He'll struggle to get past. And it's still William Graham there in a lonely fourth place. Joel Herr still holding on to that fifth from Kirkistown. Kirkistown gets into the slipstream of Joel Herr, but it's not going to be enough by the time they get to the hairpin. David Scott then just has to sit back and watch at the minute. Browning. So there's William Graham away through. First of the town and machines. So there we go. Joel Herr still ahead of Kirkistown. David Scott now closing up on Kirkistown in the slipstream now of that town. But look at the drive, kid. It seems to, once that wee town that just leans over that left hand side through deaders, it just lifts the revs ever so slightly. She seems just to pull a wee bit of a gap back on David Scott. Oh, looks like Walsh then is making a move on Smith. They're side by side on the exit of the chicane. Oh, they're side by side right the whole way up the back straight. But it's still Smith from Walsh. Walsh is going to have to try and do something on the brakes here into the hairpin. That's not so Smith with the foot down into the hairpin. Fantastic move there for Smith, just about holding Walsh off as they cross the line again. There's William Graham away through then. Hubert Tomaszewski again with the fastest lap on that lap, a 1:10.136. There's Joel Hare pulling away now from David Scott, who's now got past Kirkistown. So Kirkistown demoted to 7th place. Great times there, 1:15. David Scott a 1:14 in 6th. Joel Hare 1:13.8. Tomaszewski then again coming on to the last lap now for these machines. So the sidecars, please make your way to the holding area. I think they're all there now. So down the back straight, it's still Smith and Walsh are still at it, neck and neck. Here's Tomaszewski then across the line. That's the last lap flag out now for this race. You can hear Tomaszewski's machine just as he leans over. The revs go up. They are holding these machines flat out through deaders, but as he turns left and he gets on the slower part, or the smaller part of the tyre, the revs just climb that wee bit, changes the gear altogether. Smith is still ahead of Walsh, but Walsh into Colonials 1, closes right up on him now, and then in through Colonials 2. He's got good drive there out of Colonials 2. Will he be able to make a move through Fisherman's? Tomaszewski looking so comfortable on that Moto 1 machine. In through the chicane then. It's still Smith, Walsh. This is going to be a manoeuvre at the hairpin. Oh, Walsh is looking to go early here, but Smith gets the drive out of the chicane, and they were side by side. So Walsh just had to sit back. So there you go already. Hubert Tomaszewski takes the win. The number 116 machine with a 109.9 on the last lap. Who's going to get second place? It's Walsh or Smith coming across the line. Smith is still in the lead, and he gets it only just from Walsh. William Graham, a 4th place. So we're expecting then Joel Hare is second of a race. What a move on David and Kirkistown within 2 corners. Joel Hare takes 5th, David Scott in 6th, and Kirkistown then across the line in 7th. So what a result there for Tomaszewski. He's really dominating this class this season. So Hubert Tomaszewski with the win then, a 109.8. Harley Smith in second with a 112.2. Walsh in third with a 112.2. So close there. I thought maybe Walsh had something at the hairpin, and it was Smith that took the spoils then. 4th place was William Graham, a 112.0. Lonely 4th, but a great lap time there. That was good enough to put him in 2nd place. Just had to get that machine off the line. Joel Hare in 5th. Very impressive 2nd race there for Joel, a 113.4. David Scott in 6th with a 113.7, and Kirkistown in 7th, a 115.0. So here we go then. Sidecars are going out on track. So Philly Newton away out there along with Ryan Deneen and Fran. Sidecars now making their way through the chicane on their warm-up lap, and this is how they will line up. So Carl Brady and Declan Brady on pole. The number 96. Second is 69 Tony Willis and Ian Harron. Scobie Clock, great qualifying session there for Scobie in third place. Scobie's passenger is Simon Mathan, Ryan Deneen and Fran Newton then in fourth. Philly Newton and Roy Wurst in fifth place. Sixth then is Eugene Kettle. And Carl Daly as the line-up here. So they get into their positions then. I'm not sure. I think should maybe move up one, but here we go. The green flag is being waved and they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, the number 69, Tony Willis and Ian Harron slipping and sliding their way. Well, they're going to get whole shot, or is it going to be the Brady brothers? It is indeed. So Declan and Carl Brady then getting the whole shot through Deaders, and that looks like Ryan Deneen and Fran Newton. They got a good start as well. That green machine land in second place at the minute. Tony Willis, Ian Harron had to settle for third. Scobie Clock, looks like Scobie Clock in second. So the Brady brothers just making their way up through the chicane then. And you can see that's Ryan Deneen. Nice and smooth. With Ian. Oh, Tony Willis and Ian Harron then. Come past the pit lane cafe. Ryan Deneen stays over on that left hand side all the time. And seems to be the line just to work his way out into the hairpin, but on the start and finish straight then. Declan and Carl Brady. For the first time, the bounces of Carl in the back of that outfit. Oh, problems with Ryan Deneen. Is there Tony Willis then? Blasting past with Ian Harron in the passenger seat. But Scobie holding on to the back of Ryan Deneen then. Eugene Kettle way through and Carl Daly. Ryan Deneen may have an issue with his transponder. He is currently sitting there in third place at the minute. So again, the Brady bunch in through the chicane. And this looks like it's going to be a comfortable win already, as they've a massive gap back to Tony Willis and Ian Harron. Oh, and Ryan Deneen, he's putting Willis under pressure now. They have to watch because there's Scobie in behind them in fourth place. So Scobie has plenty of experience. Ryan Deneen moving over to the right hand side of Tony Willis. Is he going to try and make a move up the inside into the hairpin? He does, but does he make it stick? He looks like he's dove up the inside there. And he hasn't. He's ran wide. It looked like he was really late on the brakes. And now he's under pressure from Scobie. Scobie moves over the right-hand side. Surely he wasn't thinking about going round the outside at Deaders. Scobie, with his years and years of experience. And years of it. You would think he'd know better. Still enjoying his racing there. Eugene Kettle and Carl Daly with an issue. Looks like they're going to... Thought they were moving over to retire there, just the way the bike was behaving. Carl and Declan slipping and sliding their way. That last lap, a 104.9 for Declan and Carl Brady. Tony Willis, a 110.6. So this is how hard the Brady brothers are pushing here as they make their way back on the start and finish straight. It's still Tony Willis then in second. Oh, Scobie Clark moves over the right-hand side on Ryan Deneen. So Scobie now up into third place, is he? Oh, he squeezes Deneen out wide and he tucks back in to get the drive on the start and finish straight. So it's Scobie now up into third place, but only look at Ryan Deneen now up the inside of Scobie across the line. So Deneen with that wider line out of the hairpin was able to get the power down that wee bit earlier and getting the better of Scobie once again. So Deneen chasing Tony Willis and Ian Harn. He's nearly right back with them again. Philly Newton away through with Roy Worst. Currently in fifth with that F2 machine. The Brady bunch. That machine sounds amazing coming down past us here. You can tell how hard they're pushing. Another call then. Super Twins and Production Twins back around again for race 9 in your programs. So 4 laps to go now of this sidecar race. Super Twins and Production Twins make their way to the holding area as quickly as you can. That's Super Twins and the Production Twins to the holding area as quickly as you can. So here we go then. Tony Willis still in that second place. And Scobie back up into third from Ryan Deneen. Will he be able to shake Deneen in these last couple of laps? So we're just waiting then on Philly Newton as he crosses the line then. Brady's out the back end of the track now. In these closing laps, but Tony Willis still ahead of Scobie at the chicane. Scobie just trying to get past. They're all bunching back up now. Tony Willis runs a wee bit wide before the exit of the chicane, but he had to square it off a wee bit, but that caused Scobie to slow down, but he's not slowing down now. Look at the speed of that sidecar outfit. He's right up in behind Tony Willis. So 2 and a bit laps to go then. This bunch, look at the line. Ryan Deneen takes right out to the bumpy stuff, but it upsets the outfit. And you can see the front end of that sidecar just squirming about a wee bit. Scobie Clark back down then into 4th place. Philly Newton through the chicane. So's the Brady bunch as he makes his way. He's going to get past then Eugene Kettle and Cardelli before the hairpin, no doubt. And look at that on a straight line. The whole bike is squirming about underneath him. So at the chicane, Tony Willis, Ryan Deneen. I thought he was going to try and make a move up the inside. There was no room there, Ryan, for that outfit to fit. Out on the start and finish. He's going to have to get into the slipstream. Will he be able to outbrake him this time at the hairpin? He's just too far back now. So Scobie Clark, there's nothing wrong with the speed of that machine of Scobie's. 2 laps to go then. Going out on the start and finish, Tony Willis. Ryan Deneen moves over to that left-hand side of the track once again. And just in preparation for Deaders. Oh, surely not. He's right on him. He needs a wider line through Datter so he can get the drive to Colonials if he's looking way up the inside of Colonials 1. He's just too far back now. Tony Willis, you can see the squirms of that machine just through Colonials 2 from here even as he tries to get the power down. And oh, he got the power down nice and early. Scobie Clock then up the inside of Rand Deneen. So Scobie Clock up the inside of Deneen at Fisherman's. Is he able to hold it? He is. So through the chicane then. We're just waiting for Brady. Here's Carl Brady. So Carl Brady's going to be taking the last lap flag here. One more lap to go then. And it's looking like the Brady bunch has wiped the floor with this one. But it's Tony Willis from Scobie. Scobie so late on the brakes. Is he going to get the better of Tony Willis on this last lap? He's been absolutely flying. He's nearly looked like he's toying with the other outfits. So in the slipstream then, look at Scobie, the front end lap machine just squirming about. Deneen and Newton then starting to drop off. So Willis and Collock, they've upped the pace in this race. A 110.0 and a 109 from Scobie. So the Brady bunch then out through the back of the pit lane cafe. Oh, Scobie Clock. Scobie's up in the second place now. Scobie has got the better of Tony Willis. Will he be able to hold it? That machine of his is an absolute rocket ship. But another rocket ship. Declan and Carl Brady take the checker flag, take the win. We're just waiting for Scobie then. So the remainder of the Super Twins and Production Twins, if you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. And we just wait to see, is Tony Willis able to slower riders there now, but Scobie is got the better of the slow rider, and he's going to take second place across the line for Scobie, and Tony Willis had to settle for third. And Ryan Deneen dropped way off that last couple of laps. He was looking like a good podium contention there, but he had to settle for fourth. Phil Newton in fifth and Eugene Kettle in sixth. So again, next up then, Super Twins and Production Twins. If the remainder of you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as possible. And we'll get your second race of the day up and running. Okay, folks, just a couple of cars to go across here and a few spectators. Great to see spectators here supporting the sport that we love the most. And the Super Twins will be out on track any second now as the gates are being closed. So any remaining Super Twins, if you're not in the holding area, can you please get there as soon as you can. The gates will be closing here pretty soon. The tire warmers will be coming off as the klaxon is being sounded. Go ahead, Marvin. So there you go then, Super Twins out on track. Close that window again. It does get noisy from time to time, but it also gets very warm in here and very uncomfortable. Chris Nelkin then on pole with a 59.955. Dean McMaster lining up in second with a 1 minute 0.6. Hayden Clinton, what a qualifying there for Hayden, in third place, a 102. Kevin Canny in fourth with a 102.2. Finan Wardy lines up in fifth, a 102.6. Jack Myers in sixth with a 103.2. Michael Gillen seventh with a 103.5. Alex Duncan, first of the production twins then, with a 103.7. Keelan Smith in ninth. Nicky Burns is second of the production twins, a 104.2. Harry McAleese in 11th. Graham McAleese is third of the production twins, and fourth of the production twins is Michael Dunleavy. Lee Hara in 14th. Dwayne Lewis in 15th. Fifth of the production twins is Shane Dorn. Kyle Martin 6th. Lee Hillen is 18th then. Matthew Curry 7th of the production twins. And Matthew Watson rounds up the top 20. So back round here again for another set of races. We're back to where we started with the Super Twins and the Production Twins. So again, they have to be quick with these machines. Here we go then. The green flag is being waved. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there. Chris Noggin and Dean McMaster. Is Dean McMaster going to get the whole shot into Datters? I think no. Chris Noggin round the outside of McMaster through Datters. And through Colonials 1. Out of Colonials 2 then. Braking for Fisherman's. Again, there's so many different lanes you can take through Fisherman's. But as I just said, there's only one quick line. So in through the chicane then, it is Chris Nelkin from McMaster. Just looking, that's maybe Kevin Canny, is it? Just getting, that was Hayden Clinton then, I think. Just further back the field. Just losing a wee bit of drive out of the chicane, unfortunately. But out on the start and finish straight then, it is Chris Nelkin. McMaster trying his hardest to stay on the back of Elkie. Finan Wardy up into third. Kevin Canny in fourth. Hayden Clinton in fifth. Michael Gillen sixth. Alex Duncan leading of the Production Twins. Second is McAleese in the Production Twins. Lee Hara in ninth. Jack Myers in 10th. Nicky Burns third of the Production Twins. He didn't get up as close to Graham McAleese and Duncan as what he wanted. Back of the leaders, it looks like McMaster's actually closed back up to Chris Nelkin through the twisty part of the track, down the back, through Colonials, Fisherman's, into the chicane. But he just seems to be losing out on the drive there. Finan Wardy now is poised and waiting to pounce as they run back into the hairpin. Here they go then. Chris Nelkin across the line. Dean McMaster, Finan Wardy, Kevin Canny. Hayden Clinton. There's Alex Duncan, first of the production twins, closely followed by Graham McAleese. And just ahead of that next group is Nicky Burns. So Nicky Burns is bringing that group along onto the back of Alex Duncan's group. So it's very, very close to becoming a freight train of production twins. Super twins then. Chris Nelson again, look at Dean McMaster right on the back of him, and then Chris Nelson seems to just set the bike up a wee bit quicker, coming out in the chicane, and he gets a lot more drive, so McMaster doesn't even get the chance to get into the slipstream of Chris Nelson. Duncan again just pulling away a wee bit, then McKillop Motorcycle Suzuki's just struggling a wee bit on the speed of Alex Duncan's machine. Chris Nelson across the line once again. Dean McMaster with the fastest lap, a 59.6 through there. Finn Wardy a 1 minute, so he's dropping back off the pair in front now. Is he just going to settle for that third place? He's in a safe third at the minute, so he might want to just collect some points, but it's Chris Nelson and Dean McMaster who are at the front. There is absolutely nothing in it. Back at the chicane then, still Elgay and Dean McMaster. Is Dean going to be waiting for the last lap here? 4.5 laps to go this race. Past the pit lane cafe, Finn Wardy. I don't think he's given up just yet. He's still clawing them in there. Again, just round Fisherman's out through the chicane. He seems to claw back a wee bit of time on Elgay and McMaster, but look at Elgay now. He's opened that gap up. He's opened it up to 0.8 seconds. Finn Wardy a further 1.7 back on Dean McMaster. Kevin Kenny at 2.9 seconds back on Wardy. But the fastest lap goes to Chris Nelson, 59.6. 0-0. Dean McMaster 59.678. And there's that freight train we were talking about. Alex Duncan, Lee Hara, Jack Myers is up in the 9th place, got the better of Graham McAleese. So he's putting distance between McAleese and Duncan. So Keelan Smith, Nicky Burns is very close to his teammate here, so he might get a chance just to steal second place off Graham McAleese. That freight train going through the chicane then. That's headed off by Alex Duncan, but back at the front it is Christian Algan who crossed the line. Fastest lap again for Christian Algan. What can Finn Wardy do? Slightly slower there, Finn Wardy, very, very consistent. Dean McMaster slower that time too, a 1 minute .095 compared to his best of 59.6. Next up then, lightweight Supersport 300 and Moto 3 machines if you can make your way to the holding area. So again, it's still Alex Duncan who's leading the production twins from Graham McAleese. Nicky Burns is right in behind McAleese. You can see him now. He knows what he has to do. As we look back towards, there's Kevin Kenny. The leaders are back with us. I thought that was Dean McMaster, made some ground on McAllister. There's Finn Wardy then dropping back off the pace again a wee bit. We're coming into slower riders, so he might have a chance at something here. Hayden Clinton 4th, Kevin Kenny 5th, Michael Gillen across the line in 6th. Again, here's this freight train then. And there's the two teammates. So Nicky Burns closing in on Graham McAleese. So 1.5 laps left of this race then. As we look back towards the leaders, Chris Nelson pulling a massive gap now on Dean McMaster. And Finn Wardy, I'm not sure, he's just maintaining that gap on Wardy in behind him now. Hayden Clinton still in that 4th place. Back markers in behind him. He's going to have to get past them as quickly as he can, but there's Chris Nelson across the line. This is the last lap we're on now. further back the field. The battles go on. Jack Mayers, Michael Gillen then. Lee Hara having a good battle there. So we'll just look then at the leaders as they come out through. Mayers pushing hard. So again, Chris Nelgan just coming out of the chicane now. Slower riders, but it's not going to be enough for Dean McMaster. He's got a massive lead now over McMaster. Braking for the hairpin. Next up then, lightweight Supersport 300 and Moto 3. So out on the start and finish straight then. Here he comes, Christian Elgin with the win. Dean McMaster in second and Finn Wardy across the line in third. Elgin with the fastest lap of 59.352. That's a 91.7 mile an hour lap on lap 5 for Elgin. Absolutely trucking. We're just waiting then on Jack Mayers. Who's going to get this then? They're side by side across the line. It's Lee Hara. It's Lee Hara that gets it from Jack Mayers. Only just absolutely nothing in it. Alex Duncan, winner of the production twins. Graham McAleese was able to hold off Nicky Burns. Dwayne Lewis in between them. So Nicky Burns third in the production twins. Fourth was Michael Dunleavy. Harry McAleese then across the line there in 15th place. Dara Venter away through. Shane Doran, Lee Helen, waiting on Kyle Martin. There he is across the line. So guys, Kyle Martin 6th in the production twins. Great run there, Chris Elgin. I thought Dean McMaster maybe had something extra up his sleeve, but he was just Chris Elgin, the class act that he is. It was just too much then. Elgin with the win of 59.3. Dean McMaster 59.6. Finn Wardy with a 1 minute .0. Hayden Clinton in 4th with a 1 minute .7. Kevin Canny in 5th, a 1 minute .1. You have Michael Gillen 6th. Lee Hara in 7th. Jack Mayers in 8th. Winner of the production twins is Alex Duncan. Keelan Smith then in 10th. Graham McAleese 11th, but 2nd of the production twins. Dwayne Lewis in 10th or 12th. Nicky Burns then 3rd of the production twins. Just wasn't enough laps in that one for him to get the better of his teammate Graham McAleese. We have Michael Dunleavy, Harry McAleese, Shane Doran, Lee Hillen, Kyle Martin, Matthew Watson and Matthew Curry round up the top 20. So Super Sport machines then ready to go as they're making their way out onto the track. And again, cleared up a good bit here. It was very, very foggy earlier. It was actually quite chilly outside, not in here. It's just starting to warm up again in the comedy box. So lining up on pole then, of course there's 3 different championships in this one race. Doesn't help my head, but we'll try and keep up with it as best we can. Jack Foley then on pole from Roy Creeth. Then we have in 3rd place Max Wardy, of course, first of the Supersport 300s. 2nd Bailey Dobson Oh, Kirkistown's not going to get out in this one, unfortunately. I'm not sure. Oh, Kier's not going to get out on this. Just appearing a wee bit too late. So lined up on the grid then. Max Wardy, first of the Supersport 300s. Billy Dobson, the second of the Supersport 300s, lined up in fourth. Aidan Cleary, third of the lightweight Supersports, in fifth. Then we'll have Brendan Ryan in sixth. Owen Everard, seventh. Jordan McGowan in eighth. Eamon McKeown in ninth. Dale Hyland in 10th. Roy Wurst in 11th. Martin Halford lines up in 12th. Chris Gray in 13th. Alana Mayer in 14th. Pat Lee lines up 15th then on the 250 Yamaha. Joe Crossett in 16th. Adam Shields 17th. Marley Brown in 18th. 19th, Mantis Sugdenis. We'll just have a look here to see the Moto 3 class. Is Matt Davison, Buster Sherman Boyd, Robert O'Neill, Gary Jordan. Kirkistown, unfortunately not starting this race, and Johnny Parker then on the Moto 3. Of course, split grids, Moto 3s will go behind the Supersport machines, but it won't be long until they've caught up to the back of them. So here we go then, Supersport machines ready to go. The green flag is waved. The revs go up. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, Jacques Foley, a great start there. He moves over the left-hand side, so that gives Roy Creef no option but to move over to the right-hand side. And he gets the whole shot then. Joe Crossett away late there. Moto 3 time then. Here we go. Matt Davison with a chin on the tank and pushes off as much as he can that Moto 3 bike. Matt Davison, Buster Sherman Boyd just in behind him. Well, great start there from Matt Davison. Great start there from Jacques Foley as well. Heading into the chicane. Already a massive lead. Foley in the Supersport 400 class. Roy Creef in second, but he's under pressure there. That looks like a Supersport 300 machine of Bailey Dobson. It is indeed. So Bailey Dobson leading the Supersport 300 class as they make their way through up the back straight. Down in Herban for the first time in this race, Jacques Foley. Look at the lead he has already over Rory Creef. And look at Billy Dobson staying with them Supersport 400 machines. Oh, who was that round the outside? That was Roy Wurst. Round the outside of Jordan McGahan by the looks of it before they even got to the corner. Just had a wee bit of evasive manoeuvre there into the pit lane. There's Matt Davison leading the Moto 3 class and already pulling away from Buster Sherman Boyd. Back at the chicane, it is still Jacques Foley. Look at Billy Dobson. How impressive is that? Holding on to the back of Roy Creef on that 400 machine. He gets tucked in, tries to get tucked in the slipstream, but the 400 just has it on the legs. Hervin then, Foley absolutely controlling this race. Dominating this race. As the sun comes out here again. Track temperature up to 32 degrees now. Jack Foley fastest lap a 104.2. Roy Creef, that's Chris Gray way through there. Roy West then chasing the leading pack. Jordan McGahan, Owen Everard, Martin Halford. Jack Foley, that's a 104.2. Roy Creef isn't that far away from that time, a 105.5. But look at Matt Davison, third fastest overall here in this race, uncorrected time. A 106.6, the number 80 machine. And leading the Supersport 300, of course, is Bailey Dobson. Max Wardy isn't getting it all his own way this time round. In second place, Buster Sherman Boyd, then second of the Moto 3s. The Supersport 400 machines squealing their way down the back straight. Fantastic racing. It was great racing back in the day as well with these 400 machines, but there's a new generation out. The 400 Kawasaki, ridden by Jacques Foley and Rory Creeth. Eamon McKeown away through there. Dale Hyland, Alana Mayer currently fifth in the Supersport 300. Oh, apology, across the line then. This is line maybe sixth. There's Joe Crossett. So again, we'll just look at Billy Dobson just dropping off that wee bit from Rory Creeth. And you can see second of the Supersport 300s, Max Wardy just dropping off that wee bit. So across the line then, 4 laps to go of this race. Rory Creeth, that was a 105.3 that time. Bird does best at 105.2. Very consistent here. Jack Foley with the fastest lap once again, a 103.8. Supersport machines then to the holding area. That's the Supersport 600 machines to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. 3.5 laps to go of this race. Jack Foley through the chicane. Look how quickly he can throw that machine about. That's a well set up Supersport 400 machine. He's just hanging over the left hand side of it there a wee bit, just to move in his body up wee tad, just to get the bike over to the left for braking for the hairpin. Roy Creeth looking around him there. I think he's nothing to worry about. So again, Jack Foley across the line. Is this going to be another fastest lap? It is indeed. So he's racing himself at the minute here. A 103.6 fastest lap of the race so far. Roy Creeth across the line. A 105.2. So Matt Davison still third fastest overall and leading the Moto3 class. Buster Sherman boy still in that second place. Roy works the way through there in the 400 Supersport machine, and there's Matt Davison. So Bailey Dobson absolutely flying still on his 300 of 106.0. Second, Max Wardy at 106.4. Matt Davison's a 106.0 as well. So Bailey Dobson is on par with the Grand Prix machine, the Moto3 bike. And there's Bailey Dobson absolutely tucked in. You can't see him behind the screen of that bike. Here's Jack Foley then. 2 laps to go in this race. Number 926 away through. Roy Creeth then pulled the gap, but look at Billy Dobson still pushing hard. That was a 106.087. His best was a 106.0074. So there's absolutely nothing in it at all for Billy Dobson. A good battle then further back in the Supersport class, and Matt Davison has found himself stuck in the middle of it all as they make their way through the bottom half of the track. This next time round, Jack Foley will be getting the last lap flag as he's found himself in between the 2 slower riders. But he'll soon make short work of that into the hairpin then. Again, another call for Supersport Pro to the holding area, please. That's Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. There we go, last lap flag then for Jack Foley. Oh, Parker there had to go underneath the flag. He had to duck. He was so close to just clipping that flag on the way past here. Billy Dobson just chipping away. A lonely win, but a fantastic win for Billy. He'll soon take that. So Supersport machines then making their way through. There's Matt Davison still leading the Moto3 class. Roy works there currently in 4th in the Supersport 400s. So there's Jacques Foley then, just starting to break now for the hairpin. The last time today, he tips into that hairpin and he makes his way back out the other side and still pushing hard. He's still going to try and get past Easons, is he? There it is, checkered flag. Jacques Foley takes the win and fastest lap on 103.6. Rory Creeth then, waiting on Rory coming, there he is. Great second place for Rory Creeth, racking up the points in this championship. Bailey Dobson, winner of the Supersport 300 class. Max Wardy in second. And we're just waiting. And there's Brendan Ryan, third, Supersport 400. Max Wardy, second. Eamon McCune away through there. Oh, Buster Sherman Boyd. Matt Davison, winner then of the Moto 3 class. Buster Sherman Boyd got himself in a wee bit of a tussle there on that last lap. And second place. So Supersport 600 machines, can you please make your way to the holding area? That's the Supersport Pro to the holding area as quickly as you can. The machines making their way back round. So great win there for Jacques Foley in the 400 class, followed by Roy Creeth. Third place was Brendan Ryan. Fourth was Roy Wurst. Fifth was Martin Halford. Eamon McCune in sixth. Seventh was Chris Gray. Supersport 300 class then. We have Bailey Dobson, who absolutely dominated that time and got the better of Max Wardy for his second place. Roy Wurst, apologies Supersport, we have to go down to 12th place. Third was Jordan McGahan. Fourth was Dale Hyland. Owen Everard in fifth. Sixth was Alana Mayer. Marley Brown in seventh. Moto 3 class then. Matt Davison with a second win today and coming home with a few trophies. He'll be over the moon with that on the dashboard on the way home. Buster Sherman Boyd in second. Robert O'Neill in third. Fourth place then was Johnny Parker in the Parker Transport Moto 3, the 250 machine. So next up then, Supersport Pro. You should be in the holding area, ready to go as the sun comes out here at Kirkistown for round 5 of the Ulster Superbike Championship. So can the rest of you please make your way as quickly as possible. The green flag will be moving pretty shortly here. I don't want anyone to miss their race. So there we go, the green flag goes up and they're told to remove the tire warmers. So that's the machines now out on track. We'll have Graham Irwin then on pole for this one, followed by Christian Elgin in second. Mark Conlon lines up in third. AJ Carey in 4th. Huh. Wow, that's a big list. Kevin Canny in 5th. Gary Scott in 6th. Rob McCauley, first of the Cup Riders, in 6th place. Daniel Matheson lines up in 8th. Ninth then, lining up will be Michael Gillen, Ross Martin in 10th, second of the Cup Riders. Warren Knowles in 11th, Lee Hara 12th, William Donnelly 13th, Simon McCullough in 14th, third of the Cup Riders. Fourth of the Cup Riders and lining up 15th is Alan Myers. Fifth of the Cup Riders, Stephen Love in 16th. 17th and 6th of the Cup Riders is Michael Carr. Then we have Keelan Smith in 18th. 19th is Robert Waddell. 7th of the Cup Riders, and Gary Annan rounds up the top 20. Thumbs up from Chris Nelkin then. He's ready for another one. So Graham Irwin concentrating on this one, the Magic Bullet. Ducati. AJ Carey trying to get himself comfortable. So the green flag goes up. They're told to watch the lights. The reds go up. And away to go. And again, that Ducati off the line. An absolute rocket. Oh, it looks like it's the Ducati of Graham Irwin who gets the whole shot from Mark Conlon, but Chris Nelkin pushing Mark Conlon over to the left-hand side. He's trying to make a move up the inside at Colonials, but Conlon closes the door, and Elke has to settle for 3rd place again. So a bit of work for him to do once again in this race, and hopefully they've all got. That's AJ Carey, is it, in 4th place? It is indeed. So AJ into 4th then. Out through the chicane. Back out onto the back straight. A great start there from Graham Irwin. He's just starting to disappear from this one. So Elke is going to have to do an awful lot of work to get anywhere near him. So back out onto the start and finish end. Look at Elke. Oh, Elke made a move on the brakes. Mark Conlon trying to make a move up the inside. Elke through debtors, but that you can't make that happen. Not one leave machines. Look at Elke on the brakes in the Colonials. Foot down, and he's clawed right back up to Graham Irwin by the looks of it. It might just be that Constantina effect under braking, but we'll keep an eye out as they come through Fisherman's. He has clawed a lot of time back on Graham Irwin now. So Elke, this is going to be a phenomenal lap for Christian Elkin here. Right through the chicane. So AJ Carey now looking away past Mark Conlon. AJ tucked in behind in the slipstream of the Ducati. A huge field of machines out here. It's just one massive freight train. So there's Graham Irwin in. Look at Christian Elkin. It is Christian Elkin with the fastest lap. A 57.7 compared to Graham Irwin's time of 58.1. So Elke, he has to keep that pace. Once he catches Graham Irwin, he has to stick with that pace. So through Fisherman's then. Oh, he's right with him now. He's going to try, and if he can hold the slipstream up the back straight, he can't pass him yet. He might be able to do something at the hairpin. And he claws back so much time through Dadders and through Colonials into Fisherman's. So if he does something on the brakes here, he might be in with a chance. He's over to the right hand side, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about that Ducati just yet. Out on the start and finish straight. It's still Graham Irwin, Christian Elkin right with him now. Christian Elkin had to sit up there, so he just lifted his head just to lose enough speed so he wouldn't run into the back of Graham Irwin as he moved over to the right hand side then. So it's still Irwin through Colonials 1 and 2. AJ Carey just dropping off that wee bit from Mark Conlon. AJ Carey 0.6 of a second back. Listen to that triumph of Cavanagh away through there. Absolutely beautiful. Into the chicane then go the leaders. Graham Irwin still in front. He might have just, he's pulled a wee bit of a gap now on Elke. He might have just showed him the nose a wee bit too early. Into the Herbin, so the gap is up now unless Elke can do something in the brakes and close that back down. Supersport Cup machines to the holding area, please. That's Supersport Cup machines to the holding area. The gap was 0.067. It is now 0.346. Graham Irwin has responded. 56.5, posting the fastest lap of this race. Down through Colonials then. Into Fisherman's. Look at the speed of Christian Elgin. The speed that he's able to catapult himself off Colonials 2 into Fisherman's. Into the chicane then. They don't seem to be shaking that group behind them too quickly. Mark Conlon still thereabouts. AJ Carey's going to be under pressure very soon from Keevan Canny. At the hairpin then. Oh, look at Graham Irwin. So stylish. He stands the bike out straight and his body still hanging off the side of it there. Graham Irwin with another fastest lap of 57.2, but Elke is still right with him. Mark Conlon is starting to gap AJ Carey now. Just keep an eye on Keevan Canny. His last lap was a 58.1. AJ Carey a 58.1. There's not an awful lot in it. Three Fishermen's then go the leaders. Still ahead in the cup class is Rob McCauley from Ross Martin and Don Gilbert in third. And there's that triumph, the number 10 machine away through there. The Roadhouse Macau Triumph machine. So leaders back at the hairpin already as the rest of them make their way through the chicane. Oh, they're all bunched back up there then. They're all seem to be coming. They seem to be coming into the paddock, and I don't see any red flags. So there is a red. So this has been red flagged, unfortunately, in this race. So unfortunately, this has been red flagged. Yeah, so it has been red flagged. So if we hear anything, hopefully everything's okay. But if we hear anything, we'll be soon to let you know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just while we're dealing with this incident, a reminder for anyone who has borrowed a transponder and no longer needs it, can you bring it back to Richard and the timekeepers, please? And the production twins, Shane Doran, Michael Dunleavy and Jack Mears, can you please return your transponders? Jack Mears in Super Twins. So Shane Doran, Michael Dunleavy and Jack Mears, can you please return your transponders as soon as possible? Supersport 300, Alana Mayer. Moto 3, Johnny Parker. Can you all please return your transponders as soon as possible? That would be great. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a slight delay here in proceedings, so if you just want to make yourselves comfortable, don't be going anywhere just yet. If you want to take your leathers or your helmet and your gloves and whatnot off, there will be a slight delay. If we hear any more, we'll soon let you know.
Brap Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motor Shocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 PM till 8 PM. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brap Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brap Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, no update just yet, but please hold tight, get yourselves comfortable, and stay out of the sun as best you can. I know it's scorching out there at the minute, but as soon as we hear anything, we'll be sure to let you know. From the clock of the course, so about 5 or 10 minutes, hopefully we'll be getting things up and running very soon. Now, the Supersport Pro race will be restarted over 5 laps, so it will be a 5-lap sprint more or less. That's Supersport Pro over 5 laps will be restarted, and we're hoping in about 5 minutes time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, shouldn't be too much longer now. We'll get things up and going. If you just want to start getting yourselves ready. And we'll soon be back with an update, but I'm sure the Clogger course is already back here at the control tower. And just a couple more cars to move, and we should get things up and running very soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if the remainder of the Super Sport machines, I think these are all in the holding area anyway, but can the riders please make their way back to their machines? We'll be going here any second now. And just a reminder, it is 5 laps. So it is a 5-lap race. These are all scurrying now. So it is a 5-lap race, remember. And then following this one will be the Super Sport Cup. So if you can make your way to the holding area. And a reminder for any riders who have borrowed a transponder, particularly in the Production Twins, Super Twins and Super Sport 300s, can you please return it as quickly as possible? That's Sean Doran, Jack Mayers, Alana Mayer. Can you all please return your transponders as soon as possible, please? So there you go, the machines are going out on track. Scott Clemens away there, Warren Knowles just in behind. So again, 5 laps. And following this race will be the Super Sport Cup. So at the Super Sport Cup machine, if you can make your way to the holding area then, in preparation for your second race of the day. So once again, the lineup in this order: Graham Irwin on pole from Christian Elgin in second. Mark Conlon lines up in third from AJ Carey in fourth. Kevin Canny in fifth. And first of your cup riders is Rob McCauley in sixth. Gary Scott in seventh. Second of the cup riders, Ross Martin in eighth. Then we have third of cup riders, Don Gilbert in ninth. Daniel Matheson in 10th. Michael Gillen lines up in 11th. 12th then is William Donnelly. 13th, Robert Waddell. 14th, Michael Carr. 15th is Stephen Love. 16th, Warren Knowles. 17th, Alan Myers. 18th, Jordan Larkin. 19th is Jack Cadwell. 20th is Christian Boyles. So again, is Graham Irwin going to get this Ducati off the line as quickly as he has done in the previous races? And Christian Alkin, he has to get that R6 off the line pretty sharp to follow in suit and try and avoid Mark Conlon if he wants to stay with Graham Irwin. He's given himself an awful lot of work to do. He's just trying to get that R6 off the line. The two Ducatis just seem to plant all that torque down nicely onto the tarmac. Jordan Larkin there just making some adjustments, is he, maybe on the line on that ZX6. All good to go now anyway. We'll have to get things moving. And I think we're more or less ready to go then. We're just waiting for the flag to be waved at the back. They're bound to know where they're situated now, but here we go. So the green flag then is being waved, shown at the back, and they're told to watch the lights now. So here we go, the rails go up, and away they go. Once again, that Ducati away like a bullet. And Christian Alkin again just struggling to get that R6 off the line. I think he's maybe down in 4th place there now. Mark Conlon is going to try and tuck in behind Graham Irwin if he can match that magic bullet power. 3 Fishermans heading for the chicane. It is still Graham Irwin. Have a look to see who that is in that 2nd place. It's Mark Conlon, followed by Kevin Kenny in 3rd place. Christian Alkin in 4th, AJ Carey in 5th as they make their way to the hairpin. Again, they're all bunching up at the hairpin. They're having a good look to see. There was an incident there earlier on, but Graham Irwin across the line then from Mark Conlon, Kevin Kenny, Christian Alkin. Don Gilbert, what a start there for Don, as he's made his way right up to 5th place. And of course, leading the Super Sport Cup class, Don Gilbert. Rob McCauley, great start there too, in 7th, second of the Cup riders. So it looks like Graham Irwin hasn't got away as quickly as what he did in the first race. It definitely looks like Mark Conlon has maybe found something else during that break or during that delay. He's able to make some adjustments. Christian Alkin then up the inside of Kevin Kenny into the hairpin, but he runs wide. Christian Alkin runs way wide. Kevin Kenny cuts back and back up the inside, so he's cost himself a lot of time there. Graham Irwin with the fastest lap of 57.7. Mark Conlon at 57.7. So great shooting there for Mark Conlon so far. And through Colonials. The machine going through there, just bouncing on the limiter. Not good for your valves. And here we go then. Through Fisherman's. He's maybe opened a wee bit of a gap. It was 0.6, just over half a second then. Back to Mark Conlon. Onto the back straight, Mark Conlon desperately trying to get into the slipstream of that magic bullet Ducati. And that Suzuki of Kevin Kenny isn't slow either. That R6 Yamaha struggling to stay with it in the slipstream. Back on the start and finish straight then. Mark Conlon doing a fantastic job staying with Graham Irwin here in this Ducati. And is he actually going to line up a move? He's right with him here now through Deaders, but he's tucked in too early. And he's going to lose the drive. He had to sit up there just on the exit. Far too early of an apex in through there. But he's going to have to make it all back up again through Fisherman's. And the chicane, he's so late on the brakes in the Fisherman's. Christian Elkin still struggling there. Kevin Canny isn't going to let him go at all in this race. If he can get tucked in behind Elkie. Oh, Kevin Canny goes wide at the chicane and he has to take the slip road. Stop in the stop box and back out onto the track. At the hairpin then. So Kevin Canny way down the field now. Oh, Mark Conlon is right on Graham Irwin now. They're nearly side by side. Oh, Mark Conlon that's in the lead of this one. So Mark Conlon up into the lead on the NRG Ducati. Graham Irwin desperately trying to find a way past straight away. Up the inside goes Graham Irwin, but he runs wide through Colonials 1. But he's able to claw it back through Colonials 2. So Mark Conlon tucks back in behind Graham Irwin. That's exactly what he had to do. Graham Irwin had to retaliate straight away. He had to get back onto the attack. Especially in these super sport races, there's no time to defend at all. You have to keep your speed, and as soon as you're attacked, you have to retaliate, and that's exactly what Graham Irwin done. So that's upset Mark Conlon somewhat, but the two of them can end up slowing each other up here, and that can give Christian, but here he comes then, across the line on this sprint race, and it's Graham Irwin that takes the win from Mark Conlon and Christian Elkin. Great run there. Daniel Matheson then, 12th place for Matheson on the back of that group across the line. He enjoyed that race. Oh, Scott Clements then, right out the white line, a wee bit more. So Graham Irwin with a 57.3. Mark Conlon in second, so close across the line, at 57.2. Christian Elkin then in third, at 57.4. AJ Carey on the Honda again in fourth place at 58.4. Don Gilbert, winner of the Cup class. What a result there for Don in fifth. So Supersport Cup machines up next then. Supersport Cup. Can the remainder please make your way to the holding area as soon as you can. The Supersport machines heading back into the paddock then. Yeah. Hello. What's wrong?
Huh?
What's wrong? Oh. I'll reach down. I've done about 10,000 laps today, or I feel like it. Okay, so the Supersport Cup machines just heading out on track now. Gentlemen.
Okay.
Gentlemen, thank you. Good lad. So the machine's out on track now. It's the Supersport Cup. Again, a reminder, please, for any riders that have borrowed a transponder. Shane Doran, Jack Mayers, Alana Mayer. Can you please return your transponders as soon as you can? So the Cup class back out again with Joy Hennessy on pole. And what a fantastic start to the season for Joy. absolutely flying and getting the hang of that Yamaha R6. Patrick Nee in second. Brett McCallum in third. Andy Farrell fourth. Andy Farrell in the first race got a phenomenal start, and he led it for so long, but unfortunately just dropped back when it counted the most. Fifth then, William Young. Gary Jordan in sixth. Seventh is Lewis Crompton. Eighth, Lee Hillen. Ezra Clark in ninth. Mark McGowan 10th. Ross Quinn in 11th. Gary Dunlop 12th. 13th is Stuart Haitian. 14th is Gareth McDonald. Albert Pinder 15th. 16th Keith O'Brien. Dean Graham then 17th. Patrick Nee again, another newcomer this season. Lovely ZX6 machine. Just lining up there in second place. Andy Farrell. The road specialist on this grid. So as they just make their way through there as the Superbike, the SBT Ireland Superbike Pro race. Just to let you know, it'll be 2 warm-up laps the last I heard. So the SBT Superbike Pro is over, there's 2 warm-up laps. So here we go then. They're told to watch the lights, the revs go up, and away they go. Oh, great start there from Joey Hennessy again, buddy. Oh, just struggling to get that machine into second gear at the right time. Andy Farrell again with the whole shot through deaders. And already pulled a bit of a gap there. 3 or 4 bike lengths there on second place. It may have been, it looks like the colours of Brett McCallum, but we'll know better when they get a wee bit closer here. So 3 Fishermen's then. Oh, someone's away wide there on the exit of Fishermen's, but they're able to hold that position, or maybe not. So that's Joey Hennessy. Looks like it's up the inside of Brett McCallum at the chicane, but it's Andy Farrell who's still in the lead of this race. Heading for the hairpin. They're all through, bunching back up again, so they're right back on the tail end of Andy Farrell again, coming on the start and finish straight. With Joey Hennessy pushing hard, he's not wanting to lose this one. Joey Hennessy, Brett McCallum, that was a fantastic move at the chicane. He's already pulled 5, 6, 7 bike legs on Brett McCallum heading into Colonials 1. Joey Hennessy looking really menacing here in this one, as he's caught Andy Farrell with a blink of an eye, and he's right out onto the curb on the exit of Fisherman's, pushing hard. He's going to try to do the same to Andy as he did to Brett, but he holds back. Andy closed the door. He had to sit up there. Andy Farrell made a wee bit of a mistake on the exit of the chicane, and that's allowed Joey Hennessy to get tucked into the slipstream. Brett McCallum as well looking to join the party with these pair. So again, he's just having to move over the right hand side. Does he get past Andy Farrell? Oh, he gets the drive on really, really early, coming on the start and finish straight. Still then Andy Farrell in the lead from Joey Hennessy. Brett McCallum, oh, Patrick Lee across the line posting the fastest lap. So they're all starting to bunch back up again. A 101.7 compared to Andy Farrell's 102.2. Patrick Lee on a charge as he was in the second race, but it's just not enough laps. Again, the SBT Ireland Superbike race up next. Last I heard, it's 2 warm-up laps for this Superbike race. So through the chicane then. You can see they're all concertinaed back up again. Brett McCallum getting that R6, getting the power down nice and early on that machine. Chasing down the R6 of Joey Hennessy. Braking hard into the hairpin. The trick is getting the power on nice and early and not to go too wide on the exit of the hairpin. They all seem to go right over the left hand side. Unless they fix the bumps from my day. That wasn't the line. Quickest line we found was through the middle of the track. These super sport machines absolutely on fire today in the sun, under the sun at Kirkistown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them all bunched up at Fisherman's. Breaking again into the chicane. Oh, that would have been a big move there. Joey Hennessy closing the door on Brett McCallum once again. So they're all freight training it up to the hairpin then in the slipstream. Andy Farrell just twitching the head there, thinking about looking behind him. Oh, Brett McCallum looking away up the inside of Joey Hennessy once again. Joey closes the door and they're back out on the start and finish straight, using all the road a wee bit more. Brett McCallum on the ZX6 through Deaders then. Lovely line there from Andy Farrell. And the drive, look at Joey Hennessy over to the left hand side. He's on the wrong side of the road there if he wants to do anything about Andy Farrell. So Andy's just lifted him a wee bit into Colonials 1 and pushed him wide. That's where the experience comes from here, from Andy Farrell. 3 Fishermen's then, they're all bunching up, they're all trying to get past, get ahead of Andy Farrell. On the exit then, into the slipstream, but that ZX6 of Andy Farrell's drives well out of the chicane. And look at the drive it gets us right. So Brett McCallum is now under pressure. Patrick Nee looking away past him. Patrick Nee moves over the right hand side. You can see the newcomer's bib and he goes straight through the middle of them all, but runs way wide and he has to tuck back in, so he's not able to get into the back of this group again. Andy Farrell lost out in that one. He goes up the inside, does he? Oh, he was thinking about going up the inside of Joey Hennessy. Oh, Joey Hennessy up inside of Brett McCallum again. So Brett McCallum very briefly in the lead of this race. Patrick Nee again giving himself a lot of work to do here. He's still down there in that 4th place. Still in with a chance at the chicane then. So it looks like it is Joey Hennessy then that is in the lead of this race now from Brett McCallum. Andy Farrell dropping off the pace a wee bit now. So just Patrick Nee in behind him. He's going to be so frustrated, Patrick. It just shows you how a silly mistake can run in. And he tried to ride round the outside of Andy Farrell at the hairpin. That doesn't work either, Patrick. So again, patience is the game here. You just have to pick your moves. Joey Hennessy with the fastest lap, a 1 minute .517. Gaggle riders away through there. So again, Lewis Crompton in 8th place, Albert Pinder 9th, Barry Gaston in 10th, Stuart Heason in 11th, Ross Quinn 12th, Gareth Dunlop 13th, 14th is Lee Hillen, Dean Graham 15th. So back at the leaders now, Joey Hennessy starting to pull away now from Brett McCallum. This is going to be a good lap here from Joey Hennessy. He's nobody dragging at him, nobody biting at the heels just yet. Still a bit to go in these races. They'll be getting the last lap flag this time round. So Superbike Pro, please make your way to the holding area. That's the Superbike Pro machines to the holding area. So there you go, Joey Hennessy. This is the last lap, guys. Look at Patrick Nee thinking about going up the inside of Andy Farrell at Deaders. And he holds back on the brakes in the Colonials 1. I thought he was maybe going to do something there, but he just ran a wee bit too deep. But he's got the drive out of Colonials 2 now. He needs to get Andy Farrell before Fisherman's, as they did not have the drive out through the chicane. So Joey Hennessy then out through the chicane already now. Brett McCallum still in behind him there. He's closed that gap up a wee bit, but it's not going to be enough. Up up into the hairpin. Can Patrick Nee do anything now about Andy Farrell? But we're just waiting now on Joey Hennessy. Coming out of the hairpin now. Joey Hennessy tucked in behind that screen. There it is. Another win. Joey Hennessy takes the checkered flag. Brett McCallan in second. Andy Farrell was able to hold off Patrick Nee, but only just across the line. Gary Jordan, what a result there for Gary Jordan in 5th place. Ezra Clark just across the line then on the Suzuki in 6th. 7th, Lewis Crompton. Mark McGowan in 8th. Albert Pinder then across the line at 9th. And further down the field, Barry Gaston 10th. Stuart Heaton 11th. Lee Hillen crossed the line 12th. Guy Dunlop 13th. Ross Quinn 14th. Dean Graham 15th. 16th is Lewis Grove. 17th, Gareth McConnell. 18th, Nathan Mann. 19th is James Porter, and Daniel Breen across the line rounds up the top 20. So again, last call for the Superbikes. They'll be going out on track here very soon. These Super Sport Cup machines just heading back into the paddock now. So the remainder of Superbike machines, you need to make your way down to holding area ASAP. Whew. Swarm, swarm, swarm. Once again, please, another reminder, anyone who's borrowed a transponder, can you please return it? Sean Doran, number 94 in the production twins. Alana Mayer, number 115 in the Supersport 300s. And in the Supersport Cup, there's the klaxon out. The Superbikes will be heading out on track any second now. Get themselves ready. Supersport Cup 138, Craig Scullen. And just a reminder, commentary to race control. This is still a 2 warm-up. And just confirmation there. Just a reminder, this is a 2 warm-up and 10 lap race. 2 warm-ups and a 10 lap race. So just in there from the Supersport Cup, Craig Scullen, Daniel Breen, Ezra Clark. Can you please return your transponders? Craig Scullen, Daniel Breen, Ezra Clark, and Alana Mayer. Jeez, scared the devils out of me. You scared me there. Good, good. So Superbikes out on track now. And again, Derek Shields then on pole. But I'm sure Johnny Campbell, hopefully they've made some sort of an adjustment to that machine that could possibly help him get that BM off the line. So Johnny Campbell lines up in second. Carl Phillips in third. This time he's going to want to get the better of Derek Shields on his Derek Carl Phillips on new machinery, of course, this weekend. So he's riding for SBT Ireland, their Superbike. Ross Irwin then in fourth as they come down to start their second warm-up lap. So Ross Irwin then in fourth, Ryan Gibson in fifth, Dean McMaster in sixth, Daniel Matheson in seventh, Andrew Wardy lines up in eighth, Carl McGowan in ninth, Mark Hewitt 10th, Jordan McCord then in 11th, Alex Duncan first of the cup class in 12th place, Aaron Abbott in 13th, 14th is Nicky Burns, 15th is Jonathan McKelvey, Graham McAleese then in 16th, 17th Johnny Allen, and 18th Damien Carson. So just here, although the machines are lining up on the grid, we are under a red flag, unfortunately. So unfortunately, it is a red flag here, as we're sitting on the grid, the machines. So the machines are just asking them to cut the engines. Although they may need, in fact they will need tire warmers and whatnot, because these tires are like marbles when they're cold. At least 45 minutes on the tire warmers just before they go out and race. So I think there may be, we're just waiting for an update, but there was an incident in and around the track on that warm-up lap. The team's scrambling to get down onto the track. They're bringing the stands and the tire warmers out onto the road as we just wait for an update. This may be able to get cleared pretty quickly, but again, when we do hear something, we'll be soon to let you know. So just here and there, guys, we will start with a 1 warm-up lap and a 9 lap race. It will be 1 warm-up and a 9 lap race. So the incident there around the track during the 2 warm-up laps, the rider is up and okay, and he's getting a wee lift back with the medical team. So always good to hear. So we should be getting things up and running here pretty soon. So 2 minutes. We'll get things up and going. 1 warm-up and 9 laps So good to go here once again. So clock, of course, just calling there for the grid to be cleared. Ryan Gibson there, just getting a top up of fuel. If you need a top up of fuel now, you wouldn't have made it in the end of that race. Daniel Matheson there, getting the gloves back on. LR BMW machine. So Johnny Campbell has another chance at this to try and get that BMW off the line. That's an angry wee man. So the machines are out on track now. They complete their one warm-up, and a reminder, it is a 9-lap race here. Johnny just trying out the BM there just off the line. We practice start, trying to get as much of that through as he can. So Derek Shields then again will line up on pole from Johnny Campbell, and Carl Phillips again. Carl Phillips on new machinery. You'd probably expect him to be on the JMC racing machine, but that's all changed now. It's the SBT Ireland that Carl is riding for. And it's great to see the title sponsor of this championship supporting a rider with a machine and the good team behind him. So Carl Phillips will line up in third, Ross Irwin in fourth, Ryan Gibson fifth, Dean McMaster sixth, Daniel Matheson in seventh, eighth is Andrew Wardy, ninth is Carl McGowan, 10th Mark Hewitt, Jordan McCord in 11th. First of the Cup riders then, Alex Duncan in 12th, Aaron Abbott in 13th, 14th is Nicky Burns, 15th is Jonathan McKelvey, 16th is Graham McAleese, Johnny Allen in 17th, and Damien Carson rounds up top 18 riders on the grid. So here we go then. Derek Shields on the Roadhouse Mackay BMW, so the green flag is waved, the lights, the revs go up, and away they go. Once again, a great start there from Derek Shields and Carl Phillips, but unfortunately Johnny Campbell is way down midfield now. He's behind Daniel Matheson, so he has to up the inside of 3 or 4 riders there into Colonial's one. And I think he's behind Ross Irwin now by the looks of it. Into Fisherman's then. Running right out to the curb. Can't see who that is, but it looks like Carl Phillips perhaps in the lead of this race. And it is indeed. It's the SBT Ireland's Kawasaki of Carl Phillips from Derek Shields as they break into the hairpin. Carl is on an absolute charger here He's taking no prisoners this time round. Out on the start and finish, out on the white line. A bit of movement from the back end of that Superbike machine. Derek Shields in second place. What a start there for Ryan Gibson. A very impressive start from Ryan Gibson in third. Ross Irwin in fourth. Johnny Campbell fifth. A lot of work to do there. Andrew Wiredy in sixth. And Carl McGann in seventh on the number 2 machine, the Yamaha. Again, there's Derek Shields just closing up on Carl Phillips now already. He doesn't want Carl to get away with this. Last time round, Derek took the win and the fastest lap, but out onto the back straight then. Look at Ryan Gibson holding off Johnny Campbell, 2024 Ulster Superbike champion, is finding it difficult this season. And he's only given himself more work to do with trying to get this BM off the line. Look at Carl Phillips with the front end of that Kawasaki. Once again, struggling to keep it down. And Carl's going to need to borrow some of them wings of the BMW just to strap to the front of that Kawasaki to try and help him. You can actually see standing on the back brake over the start and finish line, which is not ideal in these races. Back at the chicane then, it is still Carl Phillips from Derek Shields. Johnny Campbell struggling to get past Ryan Gibson here on the Gibson Racing BMW. But look at Ryan Gibson, the drive that he gets out of that chicane is absolutely phenomenal. Daniel Mathis is there just ahead of Mark Hewitt. So Derek Shields last time round with the fastest lap. Across the line, Derek Shields at 55.1, fastest lap compared to Carl Phillips at 55.2. Oh, Johnny Campbell looking way around the outside there of Ryan Gibson through, but he moves over to the right, up the inside goes Johnny Campbell on Ryan Gibson, in through Colonials 1, out of Colonials 2, he's about 3 or 4 bank lengths on Ryan Gibson already, so Johnny Campbell is on a charge in this lap. Still, Carl Phillips at the front. Derek Shields just looks like he's maybe biding his time there. There's less than six laps to go, coming up to 5 laps. Oh, Derek Shields moves over to the right-hand side, but he allows Carl just to tuck in front of him. He's testing the waters here in this race. Next up then is the Injections and Superbike Cup. Oh, Derek Shields through Denners, absolutely sideways through there as he hits the dip, and it upsets the back end of the BMW, but he kept it absolutely pinned through there. He didn't even lift his chin off the tank as he chases Carl Phillips. Ryan Gibson then demoted to 4th place. Ross Irwin holding off there in 5th. Andy Wiredy in 6th. Daniel Matheson in 7th. Mark Hewitt in 8th. Jordan McCord in 9th. And Aaron Abbott rounds off the top 10. Leading the cup class is Damien Carson. Johnny Allen in 2nd. All are side by side. The leaders up the back straight then as they disappear behind the buildings. I think Carl Phillips was maybe able to hold that, but he's under pressure now. Did he run wide? And he did indeed. It's Derek Shields in the lead of this race now. Derek Shields on the Wheelhouse Mackay BMW. And look at the style of Derek Shields through Denners. Johnny Campbell's coming, boys. Johnny's here in 3rd place. So the gap 3.8 seconds. That was a 55.3 for Johnny Campbell. Previous lap for Carl Phillips was a 55.9. And he's quicker again than Derek Shields. There might not be enough laps. 3.5 laps left of this race now. Pre-injection and Superbike Cup machines to the holding area, please. Oh, Derek Shields is starting to pull away now from Carl Phillips. He's got 3-4 bank lengths on him. Johnny Campbell in a lonely 3rd place. He's not going to have enough time to do anything about Carl. Never mind Derek Shields. So Ryan Gibson now is being hunted. That looks like Andrew Wiredy as the leaders go through there. Still Derek Shields from Carl Phillips. The gap is up to 0.3 seconds now. So he's just clawing away and no more. So Andy Wardy ahead of Daniel Matheson now and Mark Hewitt. Ross Irwin up into 4th place ahead of Ryan Gibson. So we'll look back at the hairpin. The leaders, Derek Shields just maintaining that gap back to Carl Phillips now. Johnny Campbell again, he's going to have to settle for this 3rd place to get points. So cross the line the next time round. We'll be coming up to 2 laps to go then. Here's the leaders on the start and finish straight. BMW versus Kawasaki. German versus Japanese. Oh, look at the shape of this. Ross Irwin absolutely sideways coming on the start and finish straight. Out on the white line. Ross Irwin, the number 9 machine, 4th place. Pushing that magic bullet blade as hard as it can go and a wee bit more. Next time round they will be shown the last lap flag. And Carl Phillips has closed back up to Derek Shields. So Derek Shields is going to be coming under pressure here very soon. Carl pushing hard. He never gives up, Carl Phillips. Rides the limit right to the end. And that's exactly what he's doing on the brakes as he went a wee bit wide at the hairpin. But he's pulled it back and he's going to get the drive. He's within slipstream contention now of Derek Shields. This is the last lap now. Derek is so fast through there. He's a road racer at heart. He's used to these fast flowing bends, and Deaders has nothing to do. Oh, this Carl Phillips running a wee bit wide there again. He's starting to make some mistakes, but it's not too bad at Colonials, because Colonials too, you can cut it back and you can get the drive into Fisherman's. Let's see if he's got any closer then to Derek. He has indeed, so he's closed up, but he needs to get the drive out of the chicane. Is the hardest bit on this last lap. Ross Irwin still in that 4th, still pushing, still sliding that blade about. So out onto the hairpin then. Carl is way too far back to do anything about Derek Shields. Derek has to stand the bike up, coming on the start and finish straight. And it looks like it's Derek Shields' race once again from Carl Phillips in 2nd place. And Johnny Campbell. Last step of the podium for Johnny. But after that start he had earlier, that's a fantastic result for Johnny Campbell. Ross Irwin across the line then, followed by Ryan Gibson. Oh, Daniel Matheson was under pressure there. He got the better of Andrew Wardy, but only just across the line. 0.1 of a second. Jordan McCord then, Mark Hewitt in 8th, Jordan McCord in 9th, 10th was Aaron Abbott, Carl McGahan in 11th. Graham McAleese across the line. And Damien Carson, their winner of the Cup class, in 13th place. 2nd place was Johnny Allen with a wee wheelie across the line. And there's Johnny McKelvey, 3rd place in the Cup class. What a win there once again for Derek Shields. You can see the advantage he has with the years of racing that he's done and the experience. He was able just to sit back, and once he pounced, he controlled that gap back to Carl Phillips. And only time can teach that. So Derek Shields with another win. Up next then is the pre-injection and the Superbike Cup class. If the remainder of you can please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can, as the bikes make their way back into the paddock. So there's the klaxon away. And the bikes are on the track now for the Preen Jackson and Superbike Cup race. So again, lining up on pole is Jonathan Gregory from Tom Oliver. Tom Oliver led so much of the race and he was pushed hard. Keith Richardson worked his way back up. He lines up in third on the grid. Darren Gafferty in fourth. Michael Press in fifth. Tom Nicol lines up in sixth. Almontes Monteves in seventh. Ian Wardy in 8th, Aaron McCann lines up in 9th, Keith Barr in 10th. Preen Jackson 600s then, split grids remember, so the Preen Jackson machines will line up behind the Superbikes and they will start their own race. Ronan Cosgrave takes pole from Vincent Long and Paul Demain. Paul Demain woke up a wee bit later on in that race, but Cosgrave answered the call and was able to take the win from Paul Demain. It was so close at the finish line. David Creeth then in 4th, Mervyn Griffin in 5th, Richard Hyland in 6th, Jack Crean 7th, Robert Toner in 8th, 9th is Liam Concannon and 10th is Ian Lynch. So that's how the line up on the grid then. Superbike Cup and Preen Jackson 600 machines. The Preen Jackson machines, literally what it says on the tin, pre-fuel injected machines, pre-fuel injected engines, which means they're still carbureted. A few years ago it was the pre-97 class, but the injection didn't come out to some bikes way later on. So the Preen Jackson machines out on track. That's why we have the likes of Ian Toner on the R1. Well, lovely machine that R1 as he's stretching there at the back of the grid. But the green flag goes up and they're told to watch the lights. Oh, Tom Oliver keen to go and away he goes. Great start there for Tom Oliver. Does he get the whole shot once again into Datters? No, he's held back. Preen Jackson machines now. Oh, great start there from Ronan Cosgrave once again. Oh, Ronan missing the gear there. Cosgrave missing a gear, tried to put it in the second, and he skipped the cog altogether. And he's dropped right back down. Then he has worked his way back up into 3rd place. He did drop down into 4th. Superbikes then at the chicane. Having a look to see who it is. Tom Oliver got a fantastic start, but then he just got swamped before he entered Datters then. Keith Richardson still thereabouts. On the Suzuki, still hunting them down as they come back onto the start and finish straight there. Oh, pushing right out to the white line. Keep that front end down, Darren Garney. So Darren in the lead of this one from Tom Oliver, Tom Nicol, Keith Richardson, Jonathan Gregory, Ian Wardy and Almontes Monteves all the way through. And Jackson machines in. Oh, Jake Crean is in the lead of this one from Mervyn Griffin and David Creeth. So where's Musgrave? So Muscove. Jake Crean. He's down in 4th place there, so he hasn't made any ground up from that awful start that he got. But at the front then, it's still Garrity. From Tom Oliver. From Tom Nicol. You see Richardson there still hunting them down. Just struggling with the pace of them BMWs and Kawasaki's. As they come back on the start and finish, Tom Oliver pushing hard on that Yamaha. Darren Gafferty with the fastest lap, a 1 minute .251. Tom Oliver 1 minute .5. Tom Nicol a 1 minute point 5. Keith Richards absolutely identical here with a 1 minute point 8. Jonathan Gregory 101.8. As the rest of the Superbikes come through, and the Pre Injection machines still headed off by Jake Crean, Mervyn Griffin in second. Third is David Creeth, and Musgrave still hasn't made any ground up after that start. Paul Demain down in 7th place as well, so he got mixed up with that start there just at Colonials 1. We'll keep an eye on this. Keith Richardson just at the back of the first group as they come back onto the start and finish then. Get them Superbikes stood up straight, get them on the fat part of the tyre, and keep the front wheel down there, Darren. You're losing a wee bit of time across the line. Easier said than done. Tom Oliver still close in behind. He's closing the gap at 1.3 seconds. Keep an eye on that gap from Darren Gahhardy. 1.3 that last time round. We'll see what it is the next time if Tom Nicol hasn't got anything to do with it there in 3rd place. Gahhardy is on an absolute charge here. Through the chicane he goes. Still Jake Crean in the lead of the Pre Injection machines. We'll keep an eye on them when they come back round. Oh, Tom, so it is. It's Tom Nicol now. He's got the better of Tom Oliver. So Tom Nicol now with the better of Tom Oliver. And Oliver looks like he's struggling a wee bit in this race on that R1 Yamaha. Oh, look at that ZX10. Just fighting with it all the time. It's not doing what Darren wants it to do, but it's enough for the lead of this race and the fastest lap of the race at 59.8 so far. Tom Nicol then up in the 2nd place at 59.8, so he's on the charge now. Gahhardy could be under a lot of pressure here very, very soon. 3 and a bit laps left to go. Moto 1 machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's a Moto 1 machines to the holding area. Back at the front then, look at Tom Nicol. Tom Nicol is closing down Gahhardy. So he's going to be under pressure here. Tom Oliver just looks like he's nearly given up in this race, but he has to watch because Keith Richardson is coming, and he's coming fast. Faster every lap for Keith Richardson. That's a 1 minute point 6. Tom Oliver a 1 minute point 7, so he is closing him down. The gap back last time. Oh, it's back now 1.0, so he's closing in on Tom. Again, another call for the Moto 1 machines, please, to the holding area. So we're waiting on Jake Crean. There he is across the line then. So they're pretty. There's Paul Demain as well. Paul Demain on the back of that group. So there might be something left in him here. We all know it takes him a wee while just to get wakened up and give him a wee boost in the mornings. So there might be something left this next few laps for Paul Demain. Heading for the hairpin. Look at Keith Richardson on Tom Oliver. So Keith Richardson is right on Tom now. So he's going to see that front wheel very, very soon. Look at the shape that ZX10 is getting itself into. Gahhardy wrestling with it here. And he's opened up the gap from Tom Nicol. So he's safe for now. That's Suzuki Keith Richardson. Nice. Oh, he had to shut off going through Deaders, nearly running into the back of Tom Oliver through Deaders there, and Tom Oliver runs wide at Colonials 1. Keith Richardson now is up into 3rd place on the Suzuki as they head to Fisherman's. It looks like Tom Oliver has actually given up in this race. Either something wrong with the machine, whether it's heat exhaustion or just the bike just doesn't feel right, but he's definitely off the pace now. That was a 1:01.1 that time round. So here we go then. The Pre Injection machine still headed off by Jake Crean. 2nd, Liam Concannon. There's the last lap flag being waved now for Derek Gahhardy. Oh, look at Keith. Oh, Keith Richardson Tom Oliver hasn't given up just yet. Keith Richardson is not going to get this handy. That's Jonathan Gregory across the line then on the ZX10. There's the BMW of Almantas Monteves away through the R1 then. Ian Waherty, Keith Brown, Jake Crean then we're waiting for. There he is on the pre-injection machines, still leading the way. Liam Concannon. Third is Mervyn Griffin. So back at the leaders then, Darren Gahardy. Up the back straight already, and he's pulled a massive gap then on Tom Nicol. Tom Nicol wants these points, he's just gathered. He needs this second place. But Darren Gahardy then coming out of the hairpin is heading into slower riders, but there it is, checkered flag and a big wheelie across the line. Second is Tom Nicol. Oh, across the line! It was Keith Richardson, was it Tom Oliver? It looked like Tom Oliver, but I think it was Keith Richardson that just got it across the line and no more. What a race finish that was. Tom Oliver jumped up the timing screen and straight back down again as Keith Richardson crossed the line in third place. Tom Oliver fourth, Gregory. Oh, winner then of the pre-injection machines across the line, Jake Crean. Second place, Liam Concannon. Third was Mervyn Griffin. What a race there. Jonathan Gregory then in fifth. Sixth was Almantas Monteves. Seventh, we'll have to go down to 14. Michael Press in seventh. Eighth then. Eighth was Ian Wardy. Ninth was Keith Brown, Aaron McCann. Then winner of the pre-injection machine is Jake Crean and Liam Concannon in second. Third is Mervyn Griffin. Fourth is Ronan Cosgrove. Fifth is Paul DeMain. Conor McDonald in sixth. Then we have seventh is Richard Hyland. Eighth was Ian Lynch and Vincent Long in ninth. What a race finish. A photo finish that was. We're just checking. Yes? Ah. So we're just checking here. The timekeepers have checked it over once again. It was actually Tom Oliver who got third place in the end. So Tom Oliver across the line. And we have confirmed that number 333 taking the last step of the podium by 0.007 of a second. You can't even blink that fast. That was so close at the finish line. So Tom Oliver confirmed in that third place. Keith Richardson in fourth. And Jonathan Gregory in fifth. So Moto 1 machines up next. Well, hopefully all the machines are already on the track, or on the dummy grid, ready to go. And then after the Moto 1s is the sidecars over 8 laps. So after the Moto 1 10-lap race is the sidecars over 8 laps. Hello.
I think that Moto 1 should be 8.
Sorry?
I think that Moto 1 should be 8 laps.
Oh really?
It says 10 there, but I had to check them there.
Right, okay. Hopefully it's 8. It's really warm up here now. Commonly to race control. Commentary to Mervyn. It says here the Moto 1 is over 10 laps. Is that correct, or is it 8 laps? Good man, cheers. So that's the Moto 1 machines now out on track. And just to make you aware, it is a 10 or an 8 lap race. It is an 8 lap race for this Moto 1. So Hubert Tomaszewski is going to be wanting to make it another double here at Kirkistown. Hubert Tomaszewski lining up on pole from Harley Smith and Owen Walsh. Walsh and Smith had a fantastic race. Again, it was another photo finish across the line here for the Moto 1s between Smith and Walsh. But Smith got the better of it. William Graham then lines up in 4th, followed by David Scott in 5th. Joel Herr had a fantastic race, and he got the better of Scott and Ciara Cahoon in that last one. He lines up in 6th. 7th is Ciara Cahoon, and Brandon Kennedy then in 8th. Track temperature now up to 35 degrees. So there's no issue with cold tire or anything like that. I think I'm going to have a cold tire up here before I melt. It's 300 degrees in the commentary box. And things are only going to get hotter here with this Moto 1 race. So here we go. The green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. Oh, and away to go. A long hold there for the lights to go out, but they're away. Hubert Tomaszewski already looking over his shoulder. That looks like Harley Smith then close in behind already. Doesn't want Hubert getting away with this one once again. Through Colonials then. Colonials 1, 2. You can see the orange bibs in between, in the middle of that group. So Tomaszewski just exiting Fisherman's now. Oh, and look at the gap he's pulled on Smith's. You can see how hard Harley Smith was pushing at the beginning of that through Colonials, but it's just not able to get the drive out of Colonials 2 up that wee bit of a hill too. There's a wee bit of a climb, believe it or not, on that, and the wee bikes sometimes would struggle, especially with me on them. And further down the field then, Ciara Cahoon just in behind Joel Herr in 6th place. Through the hairpin then. That's Hubert Tomaszewski in the lead of this, once again dominating this class this season. William Graham, David Scott, Joel Herr, Ciara Cahoon, no Walsh this time round, and that is Brandon Kennedy away through. So unfortunately no sign of Walsh in this one. So they're heading back through Colonials on the exit. Colonials 2, just a flick left, but the curb comes out, steps out a wee bit, especially in these smaller bikes. If you touch the curb, it can upset them a lot more than the bigger bikes. You just have to be careful. Just kiss it on the left hand side and short shift, and not so much on these, just maybe holding the limiter into Fisherman's then and dropping down that long right hander before the chicane. Further down the field then, you can see Ciara Cahoon making a move now on Joel Herr. She moves over to the right hand side on Joel into the hairpin, but Joel Herr closes back up in the brakes, but it's not enough. Ciara Cahoon closes the door. Hubert Tomaszewski away through. William Graham having a good Barney there with Harley Smith. Oh, Harley up the inside and round. Deaders. William Graham tucked into the slipstream once again in behind Smith. Oh, he moves over the right hand side, closes the door on William Graham. So it's Tomaszewski, Harley Smith, William Graham, Walsh through there, maybe having an issue with his transponder. Back at the leader then, Tomaszewski with a whopping 7-second lead already in this race. Three fishermen, look how close they're all together at the chicane. Making their way back up the back straight, the long back straight in these machines. That's why it is so important to get slipstream. And further back again, it looks like Kirkistown and David Scott have sandwiched Joel Hur, and they're all three abreast going up the back straight. And Joel Hur just struggling a wee bit with speed on that wee Kawasaki. Down passes then Tomaszewski away, a 1:10.1. Harley Smith through in second place, William Graham in third, Oakson Walsh in fourth, by the looks of it. So David Scott ahead of Kirkistown. Joel Hur still with them, still trying to make, oh, and he does make a move up the inside of Kirkistown, in through Colonials 1. Kier gets the drive out of Colonials 2, he's right with him now. So it's a dash to Fisherman's. Who's going to make the most out of this one? And it looks like, I think it's Joel Hur. So Joel Hur gets the better of Kirkistown, and he's trying to go up the inside of David Scott now. Much like what he did in the first race, but he holds back and tries to go around the outside. He needs the drive off that wee machine. So down this long straight, he has to get tucked into the slipstream of both Kirkistown and David Scott. So he has to do it all again. Kirkistown, David Scott are now out past Joel Hur. And a great battle further back here. Harley Smith away through, starting to pull away now from William Graham. And David Scott then across the line. Kirkistown, Joel Hur in that sixth. If you watch Joel, he pushes so hard through Colonials and Fisherman's to make it all back up at the chicane. But look at Kirkistown is looking away up the inside of David Scott. Not going to happen. Scott closes the door on the Tyanda rider. And in through Fisherman's then. Joel Hur looking up the inside of Kirkistown once again. Kirkistown closes the door. And it's still David Scott who's ahead of that group. We're just waiting then on your leader on the start and finish straight then. Hubert Tomaszewski. Across the line he goes. We'll call for the side cars. If we're going to have the side cars to the holding area, please. The last race of the day. Race 16 in your programs, over 8 laps. That's the side cars. Harley Smith really disappearing with this one now. William Graham's under pressure from Walsh. Oh, Walsh moving over the right hand side. Is he going to make a move up the inside? He's not. That smaller, lighter Tyanda machine seems to have it on the brakes. The three of them through there. Kirkistown once again just in between. Just in behind David Scott. Joel Hur struggling to get past Kirkistown this time round. A 109.9 for Hubert Tomaszewski, the fastest lap. He's already back up into the hairpin then. So here he comes then, Hubert Tomaszewski. Check what the lead is this time round. We're just waiting now for Harley Smith. And here he is, so Harley Smith across the line, not under too much pressure from William Graham, but as we all know in these races, anything can happen. So looking back then at this trio, it's David Scott from Kirkistown and Joel Hur then getting as far back on that bike as he can to try and get us tucked in behind that screen as much as he can. So the leaders then just dicing with some of the slower riders. Oh, it looked like William Graham, as we said, as they were crossing the line. So William Graham is now trying to push Harley Smith. Oh, and they're side by side down the back straight. The Toyota machine trying to get as much out of it as he can. So here we go, last lap flag out now for Hubert Tomaszewski. They make their way through. So Ciara Cahoon has got a headless group, so the trio is back together again. Ciara Cahoon is a headless group. David Scott moves over to the right hand side. Up the inside of Ciara Cahoon. Does he go wide? He does. So Ciara Cahoon and Joel Hur in through up the inside of the hairpin. Oh, and that's left David Scott high and dry, that one. So it promotes Ciara and Joel up the rankings now. David Scott has given himself an awful lot of work to do on this last lap, but it's going to be far too much to do as the leader is already at the back straight past the pit lane cafe and heading into the hairpin then. On a big battle further back with William Graham and Smith. Oh, they're side by side up the back straight, but here you go. Once again, another win for Hubert Tomaszewski. Takes the checker flag and another trophy home. So the battle further back then. Oh, William Graham round the outside of Walsh by the looks of it. We'll have to see whether Smith is going to be under pressure here. Coming on the start and finish straight then. Across the line, it's Smith that takes second place from William Graham. Walsh has to settle for fourth. And now back to this trio. Sorry, two now. So here he comes. It's Joel Hur then. So Joel Hur up in the fifth place, getting the better of Ciara Cahoon on that last lap. And David Scott, wee bit deflated there, had to settle for seventh, but he tried his best. And he had to do something on the brakes at the hairpin, and it just didn't work this time round. But what a result, another weekend of domination there for Hubert Tomaszewski. And the fastest lap on the last lap, a 109.9. Harley Smith in second, a 112.1. William Graham then in third. Ocean Walsh in fourth. Joel Hur fifth. Ciara Cahoon sixth. David Scott in seventh, and Brandon Kennedy then in eighth place. That's the side cars. Now out on track, the last race of the day, race 16 in your programs, over 8 laps. And a reminder please for anyone who has borrowed a transponder, Shane Doran, still haven't returned your transponder, can you please bring it up ASAP? Keith Byrne, Number 363 in the Superbike Cup. Can you please return your transponder? And Tony Willis. Well, Tony Willis is out here now, so that'll be hard going. But if anyone can bring his transponder down after. Yeah, go ahead. So the last race of the day, just a massive thank you to all marshals, flag marshals, all ground staff, paramedics, scrutineers, absolutely everyone involved. The Mid-Antrim 150, the Hillsborough Motorcycle Club doing an absolute fantastic job, and no better time to do it under the sunshine here at Kirkistown. So a massive thank you, and that also on behalf of the Clark course, Mervyn. He's done a fantastic job here today. So a great job to everyone. But going into this last race then, and of course the timekeepers for keeping me right all day. I'm just the one that natters on. These are the people that do all the work. Green flag waved at the back then, and they're told to watch the lights. Side cars, the revs go up, and away they go. Oh, Tony Willis. No Brady. I don't see the Brady bunch here. Ryan, or Declan and Carl, unfortunately not starting this. So it looks like Scobie Clock getting the whole shot then through Datters into Colonials 1. And sprint, the short sprint to Fisherman's. He's going to be under pressure from Ryan Deneen here very shortly, and Fran Newton. Oh, you can hear them slipping and sliding their way. The slide cars into the chicane. Ryan Deneen and Newton is right on Clock, and Simon the passenger here as he's oh, you can just hear touching the limiter and pulling away from Deneen. The speed of that machine. You can see Tony Willis as well, just over to the right hand side and up the inside now of Philly Newton. Roy Worst just disappearing behind that sidecar outfit. So here they come back onto the start and finish straight. Scobie Clock in the lead from Deneen, from Tony Willis. Philip Newton away through. And that's Eugene Kettle and Carl Daly. So the leaders out of Colonials 2, and again that short burst to Fisherman's. And what a corner Fisherman's must be for a sidecar. Just feel it right on the edge, just rolling on the tire, and you can hear that machine of Scobie Clocks just touching the limiter as he turns into the chicane. Oh, just listen to that machine coming down past behind us here. So at the hairpin then, Ryan Deneen really struggling here. He has to push hard to get anywhere near Scobie Clock. Scobie racing for longer than I've been born, actually. So Scobie puts in the fastest lap. Oh, Tony Willis and Ian Harn away through there, post the fastest lap of 1:10. Oh, Scobie under pressure now from Ryan Deneen. Ryan's found an extra bit of legs there through Datters. In the brakes then through Colonials 1 and 2. And I'm sure it is so difficult to pass on one of these machines as well, just because of the width of them. So Tony Willis, Ian Harn, a 1:10.1. Scobie's time a 1:10.9. Ryan Deneen outfit 1:10.7. So back at the chicane then. Oh, there was a bit of pressure there. So Ryan Deneen had to actually shut off there before running into the back of Scobie Clock. So Deneen and Fran Newton pushing that outfit hard. Fran trying to get curled up as small as he can into the back of that outfit. Out of the hairpin then. Clock still pushing hard, but look, Deneen is going to be under pressure here. Ryan Deneen under pressure from Tony Willis, posting the fastest lap. A 109.6 that time there for Tony Willis and Ian Harn. Tony Willis up the inside of Ryan Deneen through Colonials 1. Closes the gap then and hits the apex, Colonials 2, and he's able to hold that second place. Next up, Scobie Clock then. He's going to be under pressure very soon. 109.6. Scobie Clock's best last time was a 110.1. He mightn't have enough time to be able to catch him. It depends on the consistency of Scobie's lap times here. But he looks pretty comfortable out there. Nearly missed a gear perhaps coming out of the chicane. You can tell Scobie is pushing as that machine's just squirming coming out of the chicane there. We'll keep an eye on them as they come out of the hairpin. Pretty straight and narrow there this time for Scobie. So there it is, the number 3 machine across the line. 4 laps to go in this race. Tony Willis then, the gap down to 3.5 seconds. Scobie Clock posting the fastest lap, a 109.2 that time round from Tony Willis in second. Ryan Deneen and Fran Newton in third. And Philly Newton across the line then with Roy Worst. Scobie back at the hairpin. Look how, or the chicane, look how low that outfit is. It just looks so racy. I think it's the same colour scheme from the 1600s he's used for that outfit. And they get tucked right in behind the screen. You can't even see his passenger. Tony Willis just seems to be settling now for that second place. But Scobie Clock is still pushing then. As you can tell, his last lap a 109.2. The gap was 3.5 seconds back to Newton. What is it now? Slightly slower that time. It was 3.504, so the gap up a wee bit there. Tony Willis last lap was a 110.219, so slightly faster there than Scobie Clock's lap. So Philly Newton then has been promoted to third place as he crosses the line with Roy Worst. So no Ryan Deneen, and Fran Newton unfortunately has retired out of this race. Scobie Clock again. I could listen to that machine all day coming up through here. And Tony Willis. There's Eugene Kettle and Carl Daly promoted to fourth now with the absence of Ryan Deneen and Fran Newton. Right on the start and finish straight then. 2 laps to go of this race. 2 laps to go. Tony Willis, Ian Harn, 3.8 seconds, so the gap. Scobie's he's just controlling this. Again, we talked about it all day, about the experience and about the know-how, and Scobie has plenty of both. Coming out of Fisherman's, he's pushing on this lap now, Scobie. You can tell the outfit's just moving about a wee bit underneath him, and his passenger is working so hard this time round. You can see Tony Willis, and Ian Harn, they're there, but they look a lot smoother than Scobie Clock does at the minute. It's all about conserving your energy, especially these passengers. They're throwing their body weight about and holding, wrestling with the outfits as well. And here's Scobie Clock then taking the last lap flag. Tony Willis and Ian Harron. Tony Willis just doesn't roll off as early as Scobie through deaders, but of course Scobie just getting the drive on that wee bit earlier. Slow in and fast out. So it's a very great result here for Philly Newton then and Roy Worst. So unfortunate there for Declan and Carl Brady. They did do the warm-up lap, but unfortunately they've retired out of that one. So Scobie Clock just coming up in behind Eugene Kettle and Carl Daly. Make short work of them down the straight. And just tipping that limiter there on that sidecar. So here we go then. Last corner for the last time for Scobie Clock. What a win! The legend himself still winning around Kirkistown, still winning in a sidecar. He's still got champion vibes. It's Scobie Clock across the line. So a great win there for the number 3 machine. 108.9. Tony Willis and Ian Harron second. And Philly Newton will finish up then in third. The Ballymac is going to be bouncing tonight. Scobie Clock. I was going to say he's going to be buying the drinks, but he's a few tires to buy then after that day. Great to see the man, the legend, still winning here. There's Philly Newton and Roy Worst. Last step of the podium. Eugene Kettle, Carl Daly through there. Unfortunately, a retirement then for Ryan Deneen. So just a reminder, please, anyone who hasn't returned their transponder just yet, can you please do it ASAP? Shane Doran, number 94 in the Production Twins. Keith Byrne in the Superbike Cup, number 363. And if someone can grab Tony Willis's transponder, please can you? So all the sidecar outfits now making their way into the paddock. Huge thank you once again to the club. To both the clubs, the Mid-Antrim Club, the Hillsborough Club. Fantastic job. The two of them have worked together, and that just shows that, like back in the day, the clubs can work together, and this is what it's all about. So again, massive thanks to all the marshals, scrutineers, timekeepers, absolutely everyone involved, and of course the competitors and their teams for putting on such a great show here under the sunshine at Kirkistown. Next up then, Tandragee. And it's great to see Tandragee back on the calendar. And hopefully, fingers crossed, much like the weather we're having here today. But for now, folks, safe home. Keep the racing for the track. And we'll see you all next week at the Tandragee 100.